I am.
Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for June 26, 2007. Roberta, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Foy?
Here.
Supervisor Bennett?
Here.
Supervisor Flynn?
Yes.
Supervisor Parks?
Here. At this time, we would go to our moment of affirmation, but we don't have an individual for speaking to that item, and I'm going to go ahead to go to our Pledge of Allegiance, item 4, and I'll ask Supervisor Flynn to please lead us.
Please join me in the pledge. The flag ready began. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I believe on the minutes, which is item 5, we have a request to continue to our next meeting. Motion?
Second.
And a second. Seeing no objection, that passes, and we'll now go to agenda review. And Mr. Johnston, you have some changes, suggestions?
Madam Chair, some information, some changes. Consent item number 15, there is an attachment that you should have received by now, and it's been posted on the web. And items 50, 51, 52, and 53, we're recommending that you hear at 9 o'clock because of people who are going to be here today that would like to talk about those subjects. And item 58, we're recommending that be continued to July 10th. Item 65, we're recommending that be continued to July 10th.
Okay.
65.
Okay, and while 58 is the bylaws of the Workforce Investment Board, we're still going to have our presentation on the Workforce Investment Board. Okay. Are there any other requested changes by the board? Okay, so do I have a motion on the agenda as suggested for change?
Move the agenda as modified.
Seeing no objections on that, then the agenda is passed with the changes Mr. Johnston has suggested. So we'll move on then to item 7. This is our consent agenda items 10 through 27. Are there any requests to remove any of these for discussion purposes or otherwise? Okay. Seeing no requests, shall we have a motion then on consent items 10 through 27?
Move the consent calendar.
We have a motion and a second on the consent agenda, and seeing no objections to that, the consent agenda is approved. And with that, we can go ahead to our public comment portion of the meeting, and we have Mr. Carol Dean Williams, followed by Tommy Slack.
Carol Dean Williams, I have a point of order. Steve Bennett refuses to answer my question of a disaster that has been constructed in his district, and Supervisor Parks will not extend my time to present these 5 pictures. So I will present them in protest of my elected officials of ignoring a disaster that everyone in this government center that will use Highway 33, the San Antonio Bridge, will be taken out by this project. Here's picture 1. Here's picture 2. Here's picture 3. Here's picture 4. Here's picture 5. And I cannot believe that an elected representative would not allow me to present a verified disaster that was confirmed yesterday with the Watershed District with over an hour telephone conversation, and who praised me for my good conduct.
Mr. Williams, you have a microphone. You do not need to yell.
Praises does not swell my head like some people, and power has went to Supervisor Parks' head. I suggested she step down in June because 2 years as the board chair went to her head. So I'm going to borrow Peter Foy's horse, and I'm going to do a Paul Revere ride of Steve Bennett is coming, Steve Bennett is coming. This is unbelievable that you will not let me present the facts of a disaster on 33, Steve Bennett. This is unbelievable. So I will reserve the rest of my time for those other items. I am outraged.
Mr. Williams, you still have 2 minutes and 50 seconds. If you'd like to continue expressing your opinion on the disaster, you
tell
have
us,
time.
What is the disaster you're talking about? If you,
Yeah,
you have 2 minutes, why don't you tell us?
You won't allow me because I got two other items.
Okay, you don't have enough time in the 2.5 minutes to tell us about
No,
the
I do not
disaster.
have enough time, so
Okay.
you've made me go in overdrive mode.
Okay, well, you'll be back then on other items this morning.
Yes, I have two other
Thank you.
items.
Okay, we'll go now to our next public comment card. This is Tammy Slack? Yes. And you wanted to comment on item 71. Is that
Correct.
right?
Good morning. Again, my name is Tammy Slack, and I'm here speaking on behalf of my parents, Thomas and Janet Wolf, parents and owners of Pine Mountain Inn on Highway 33. Seems to be a good day to talk about that. And again, it is listed as item 71. I have recently been informed that with this issue, it is an action item, and I will need to request to be put on the agenda at a later date as an action item. I guess the reason that we're here is we received a letter, or my parents received a letter dated 3/24/07 from the planning department advising my parents that their property had been rezoned in 1986 and that they were supposed to stop operating the restaurant in 1998. And the letter included amortization for 6 months left for the restaurant use. In addition, they admitted in that letter that they did not notify my parents about the hearings. They were not notified about the amortization period. They were not notified that the termination issue had occurred. This was the first time it happened. There was a meeting. My father's been trying to deal with issues they keep coming up with and working on them. And I think it's become an issue not knowing which zoning we're working under. And he was notified at a meeting in January that, oh, by the way, your property's been rezoned to open space as 160 acres. My parents' property is 20.8 acres. It does not meet the minimum requirement of 160 acres. My parents purchased the property in 1976, and we have documents that go back to 1939 where the homes were built, the restaurant was built, the water, all of that stuff was already in. A lot of the violation issues are coming onto the older buildings, even though he's not renovating them, he's not expanding them. There's other issues that we're still dealing with on that side. Down here I put jurisdiction for the case because I guess basically the question would be, well, why are we here? Why are we not talking to the planning department? On the handout that I gave you folks, it will list a reference to the non-coastal zoning ordinance. And I won't go through every one of them step by step in 5 minutes. You folks probably know these better than I do. But it talks about the definition of 160 acres. Let's see, number 2 in the non-coastal zoning ordinance, Article 3, Section 8103 says, all zoning maps adopted by reference by this section shall be a part of this chapter at Article 18, Section 8118. The Board hereby declares the adoption of such maps alone does not change the zoning classification of any land. In the event that a court of competent jurisdiction should decree or judge that the adoption of the zoning maps as provided in this section is invalid, the old zoning maps, which existed prior to the adoption of this section, are hereby reinstated as official zoning maps of the County of Ventura. The prior zoning was CPD, Commercial Plan Development. And then there's some other articles that support that. Number 5 in that section, a proposal for an ordinance text amendment by an interested person, in which case such persons shall be directed to make a request directly to the Board of Supervisors, and that's why we're here. Following up on that. The Save the Open Spaces, SOAR. It came across to me in reading that ordinance that it's not designated to take away businesses. It's not designed to close down businesses. The terminology in Section 1 of the findings and conclusions states it's for existing open spaces. This restaurant has been in existence and running since 1976. My parents have had it, but it was in existence prior to that time. So, land use designations may be changed by a vote of the Board of Supervisors, and redesignation is necessary to avoid an unconstitutional taking of property without just compensation. This restaurant is my father's livelihood. He has some health issues he has for a while. This is what he geared his life towards, and he's been working at it for 30 years. He provides services up there, which is part of the packet that was included last week on item 71 that talks about the services. He has a satellite cell phone that he pays for out of his own pocket to assist people who get into accidents. There's been numerous ones since the motorcycles are up there having fun. But let's see. And Section 2 of the SOAR, the Board of Supervisors, without a vote of the people, may redesignate land uses with two conditions. A finding is made with advice from County Council that the OS designation affects an unconstitutional taking of the landowner's property, and a less restrictive designation be applied necessary to avoid the unconstitutional taking of the landowner's property. And then again, the board may, without a vote of the people, amend land use designations on general land use map to an existing community designation, which was prior to the effective date of SOAR, found to contain lawfully established urban building intensities or urban land uses, to minimize extent necessary to validate such pre-existing uses consistent with the findings and purpose of the ordinance adopting these provisions of the general plan. In the packet that we provided in item 71, we did include copies of tax rolls from 1999. The tax rolls still indicate the property was zoned CPD at that time. So I think there's a lot of confusion about what's going on at this time. And Section 4, this general plan amendment shall not apply to or affect any development project that has obtained, as of the effective date of the general plan amendment, a contractually vested right or vested right pursuant to state or local law. And again, that restaurant has been there operating legally forever. In conclusion, the two parcels listed above should be redesignated back to the original CPD zoning. All fees paid in conjunction with the improper zoning violation issues must be invalidated and reviewed under the proper zoning, if any. All current proceedings against the property owners need to be invalidated. We've got appeal processes. We've got a continuation of use issues going. We have all of these things that are going in this direction because he was notified here a month ago that it's officially it's open space, 160-acre zoning. So yeah, until the Board of Supervisors applies the correct zoning. So that's kind of a quick overview of the issue in item 71. And again, we do need to come back on the agenda as an action item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Bennett, did you want to mention?
If I would just mention that we have referred this letter to the RMA, asked them for background, to give us background, and both to reply to Mr. Wolf and the Wolf family, and also to my office to try to figure this out. In 1986, this property was rezoned, and to what extent notifications taken place and hasn't taken place is unclear at this point in time. Just for the benefit of everybody, this item 71 is it's just when it's on the board's agenda today, which simply means that we're acknowledging we've officially received this correspondence. We have no other action on this item. So, yeah, sure.
Supervisor Foy, you have a question?
I just want to. So, if I'm trying to understand it, you had a restaurant for
About 30 years.
30 years.
My parents, yes.
Still have a restaurant.
Correct.
And you received a notice saying this has been rezoned, so we need to close your restaurant down. Is that really the basis of what we're doing?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it doesn't sound like that.
Rezoned 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like there's
Some interesting
interesting
issues for us.
stuff.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
look at the letter sent to us on May 24th, dated May 24th, it indicates that they did not give us proper notice and that they were using that as the proper notice.
We still have grandfather.
So,
Thank you.
and, yeah.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Flynn?
are you representing Tom Wolf?
Yes, I am. My parents are back there.
Oh. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes our public comments for today. We can now go to our board comments. Supervisor Flynn, would you like to be first in board comments this morning?
Oh, yes. I would ask the board to adjourn in memory of the individuals on the list that I will submit to the clerk of the board, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett?
Yes. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of people on this list. I'd particularly like to call out an Oakview teenager She helped build the Oakview Park and Resource Center playground that we have there. Diego Mercado was lost this past week, along with the people on this list. And I may have one other thing that come back to after the other supervisors talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Foy?
Thank you. I'd like to adjourn in memory of these people here on this list. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Long?
Yes, good morning. I too have a list to adjourn in memory, two of whom I'd like to call out. Mike Morad Andonian, father of the Andonian and family, and was very instrumental and active in our community, but instrumental in starting up the junior golf program, and very, very much loved by his wonderful family and many people in the community, a Camarillo resident. And the second one to call out is Ruth Reddick Teague from Santa Paula, longtime member of the Teague family, very known and loved in the Santa Paula community and the farming community. So I wanted to call those two out from the list. And then the other thing I'd like to mention is Sacramento is busy bees under the dome as it is. The two actions I'd like to bring to the board's attention, this was just an update we received from Urban County Caucus late last night, that there is the conferees of the Budget Committee adopted an anti-gang package that will fund a statewide anti-gang coordinator and provide $9.5 million for local gang prevention intervention programs targeting at-risk youth and re-entry strategies for former gang members coming out of prison and in the JC facilities. It will require a one-to-one local match. Of course, it has to go to the governor to see if he agrees with it, but possibility of additional funds at the local level for our what we're doing with our gang enforcement units. And the other item is that they also approved, closed out the item concerning juvenile justice, and that's the one that I know that our chief probation officer is working diligently on with the team, and will be doing further work with the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council related to the early release of juveniles coming into the counties that will be go into effect on July 1st in a phased manner. It's not like, July 2nd we get 500 new youth, but and I know that we've received some information as to the analysis locally and the impact on that, and the preparation to receive those youth. But those are just some quick updates from Sacramento. And let me see, we don't meet next week, and so I need to let you know that I will be going out of the state for a brief time.
Supervisor Foy?
I need to let you know I'll
Are
be
you
out of the state
traveling?
too. Yes, during the
Thank you.
weekend. Thank you.
We do have a quorum, but we don't need to meet, so that works out well. I would like to mention two events that I was at. One was the United Way had the Spirit of the Community Awards, and that was really nice. It was at Rancho Temescal at the foot of the dam there in Lake Piru. Beautiful area, and a really nice event honoring some special people with United Way. Then I also wanted to comment that there has been a grand jury report on the Triumphant Sanitation District, which was recently reported, I think, in today's paper. And one of the things that the grand jury found was that it should be an all-elected board, and I think that it's best to have the ratepayers have oversight over their water and sewer districts. So I'm hoping that the board will look at that. One thing that also occurred last week, there was a AWA, Association of Water Agencies breakfast. We have them every month, and our Watershed Protection District Director Jeff Pratt was the speaker and spoke about Matilaha Dam, and I think it was very well received from the comments I heard. But I also noted that, at least with Triumphant Sanitation District, I found that each director that went to that gets their stipend for going. So they're getting $230 to go to this breakfast that costs $30. So for the 3 directors to go and have breakfast, it costs the ratepayers $800. And they do this every month. And I start wondering how many of these sanitation sewer special district directors go to these monthly breakfasts and get that $230 stipend. But anyway, it's something I hope that we can correct, because that's really ratepayer money, and we should be a little bit, I think, more protective of it. They're monthly. And then on a very, very sad note, I want to close in honor of Michael Moore. Michael's the eldest son of Cheryl Moore and Steve Moore. Cheryl is our executive director of the Workforce Investment Board, and Michael died over the weekend, a 21-year-old on the Norwegian grade in Thousand Oaks. So our heart goes out to the grieving family. That concludes my comments. And with that, I know we have a request for some 9 a.m. items, and I think the first one is item 50. And these are related to the Behavioral Health Department. Ms. Shulman. We had a request for to look at items 50 through 53. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Park, Supervisors, Mr. Johnson, Linda Schulman for the Behavioral Health Department. Item 50 has a lot of things all combined together, so I'll just go through each one, and then if you have any questions, of course, I'll be here to answer any of those questions. The first one, we're needing to make a slight amendment to our contract with Interface in relationship to their contract for Mental Health Services Act this year. It was a little bit of a slower startup for them, and doesn't change the encumbrance of their contract, but just mechanisms by which we can pay them, because their units of service weren't quite as much as we had hoped, because they started a little bit slower. The second one is for us to amend our contracts with Dr. Glick and Dr. Pamplona, who covered for us in the light of absences and vacant physicians, and so their total encumbrances have gone a little bit higher than what we had anticipated for the year, but it was money that we had within our budget because of other vacancies and doctors leaving that they went ahead and took on the extra work for. So we just need to increase their encumbrances, no changes to their contracts. The third one is for us to once again amend our contract with Silmar. And in this particular case, we received a minute order from the court to admit somebody to Silmar who was a client that didn't have Medi-Cal, and Silmar requested or required that we agree to pay for the ancillary services that normally they're able to charge to Medi-Cal. Because this was a minute order from the 1370s that we've talked before your board about, we had discussions with the CEO's office that we would need to go ahead and pay for those services, but therefore we need to amend our contract with Silmar to have the mechanism by which for them to invoice us for those services. And we did limit them to no higher than approved Medi-Cal rates for any of the services that they may need to end up providing for this client. And so we had to change our contract. And then as long as we're here with Silmar, we're going ahead and bringing our contract for 0708 with Silmar before your board. They did increase their bed rate in 0708 from 127.68 to 135.22, a pretty slight adjustment considering increased costs these days. So we've agreed to that increase and certainly have budgeted accordingly in the 0708 year. Next, we would like to go ahead and present our contract for 0708 with Crestwood. They also increased their rate slightly in the coming year from 181.05 to 193, and we have 3 clients there that we don't anticipate leaving in the near future, and so we're accommodating that increase and presenting our contract for 0708. Our fifth item here is a contract with Data Insight Solution. They are a provider, a contract provider that we've been using to do our outcomes measures and primarily to help us set up the required measurements for the Mental Health Services Act and all of the various different outcomes and quality improvement activities that we need to do in the department. a good part of this contract is actually funded by the Mental Health Services Act in our already approved work plan for administration. And also, we got a small amount of money out of one of our grants for this contract. The rest of it, the department has budgeted for in order for us to manage our quality improvement activities in the coming year. And finally, our 0708 contract with the Elms Residential Care Facility, they did not change their rates, and we're just going ahead and entering into a contract with them for 0708.
Thank you. I know we do have some cards on at least one of these items. I have 48 through 53. Jeanette Sanchez wants to speak on that. And then I have some others regarding 51 and 52 at this point.
May I just ask a
Yes, Supervisor
Can
Flynn.
you just give a brief status report on the IMD that we were considering having building in Ventura County? Where is that?
What I can tell you about that, Supervisor, is that actually I think Thursday the Behavioral Health Department is convening a stakeholder group for the capital facilities dollars out of Mental Health Services Act. Mental Health Services Act is, we're hoping by the end of June, but maybe the first week in July, for the state to issue their final regulations on the capital dollars from MHSA. And it is our hope that the stakeholder process will include a good discussion about the building of an IMD, and the department's been working on an analysis of how many beds we would need and what that would cost. And I think that shortly there will be some open discussions about that, and ultimately the desire to bring that to fruition in the county using the capital facilities money from MHSA as a mechanism to build that IMD here.
So it's still on the drawing board? So
It's on the top of the priority list of things to do.
That's good to hear.
Madam Chair, a
Supervisor
follow-up to
Long.
that, do we know how much is going to be available to us for that?
We don't have the exact
Is it
allocation
competitive?
written to us yet, and so
Okay.
we're trying to estimate, but I think since it's coming shortly, we'll wait to see what the final dollars are.
Not only would it assist the families of the patients by having an IMD close by, but it very well could be less costly for us too.
We think that operationally, we can definitely come up with some models that would bring down our costs, and certainly there's the likelihood that you could lower length of stay if you're working with clients in the community and helping them to rehabilitate at home. You might be able to shorten their length of stay, and that would ultimately help operational costs as well.
That certainly is desirable. Well, with that, let me go ahead and call some cards. The first then would be Jeanette Sanchez.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mrs. Johnston. I'm Jeanette Sanchez with SEIU, and I'm here simply to go on record and ask that any approval of items that I've requested be held until information requested from SEIU has been received. SEIU made a request to our concerns regarding the legality under Government Code 31,000 and have not yet received it. Contracting out hurts our quality of services that we provide in the county, and our members have actually come forth with a specific example, the CERT program that's supposed to be running 24 hours. It has not been running for 24 hours because the positions cannot be filled. We can appreciate that the county believes that there's a need to proceed, but again, our concern is the contracting out of our unit positions and the county's compliance with the law. We recently asked in our last meeting for a report on the numbers of employees in the behavioral health, past and present, to see what may be the impact, but we have not yet received that information either. We are concerned with the lack of oversight of these contracts and the impact to our employees. We have received support from the board in the past, for example, the living wage ordinance that Supervisor Flynn helped introduce to the board, as well as the most recent meetings that we've had with some of you that you guys have made yourselves available to our members. And so we're asking again for your support on these issues. We'd be more than happy to meet after the data has been received and requested and that we've reviewed it. And we just hope that you support us in this. And again, our ask is that the board hold any approval of these items until we receive the information we've requested. Thank you.
So to be specific, Ms. Sanchez, we now that I note I think we were looking at going to do items 50 to 53, but we also have 48 and 49 too. So you're asking to hold off on all items?
Right, simply because there's
Because
been
that-
discussions regarding all those items, and the information has not been forthcoming yet with everything that we've requested, and so we're not sure where the impact will be for our employees and for the units that SEIU
Right, and
represents.
I respect your desire to protect the employees.
So,
Yes.
Yes, Supervisor
Are there any
Flynn.
specific ones here that, no, we're looking at 50 now, item 50, that are, in your view, relate to the code that you mentioned, 3100?
pretty much all of them, really. It's not just 50, but all of them, because of the uncertainty of where the impact is going to be. That's why we're requesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, as far as cards go, I don't have any others that are specific to 50. It seems to make sense to me that we should put 48 and 49 into all of this too, since you're here.
Great, and if I can bring those up and just clarify quickly on those two
'Cause
items.
I do have 2 cards on 49 also.
Okay.
Please do clarify, and then we can do those other items.
Okay. 48, I'll go back to 48, is simply ratifying the approval of our contracts with Alternative Action and Intervention Institute for services that they've already provided in 0607. I got to pull that letter out. I was out of order.
So this is Prop 36.
And this is Prop
amendments.
36 services. And we have some additional funding that was approved by your board in the CDCI grant. And so we were able to go back to Alternative Action and Intervention Institute, who have been providing services for Prop 36 clients on an outpatient basis. And we're therefore updating their contracts and getting just slightly new encumbrances that include the new funding that came in
so
as
it's
they
not-
provided increased services.
So 48 doesn't provide any new service providers. It's the same ones.
That is correct, and it's also for services that they've basically already provided in 0607
Okay.
that we're just helping get encumbrances to manage.
That's the ratification portion.
That is correct.
Gotcha.
49 is simply our performance contract with the state. It's not actually any contracts with providers, but it's our annual performance contract with the state. The reason that we're getting here so late is that when we got the contract from the state early in the year, it had language in it, HIPAA language in it that was unacceptable. It was beyond language that we could actually participate in, and all of the counties across the board said, wait a minute, what's this new language? Been working with the state over the entire year to get that rectified. The state has finally drawn up new verbiage for their 0708 contracts, but because it's so late in the year, there is, the state has indicated that if we put in a sentence that says, we agree to do everything but these three, HIPAA items that are not acceptable, that they'll take that for the 0607 year, and so we can finalize our performance agreement, which is really our agreement with the state in relationship, and this particular 149 is with our bed purchases for the state hospital beds. So we also have 53.
Wait, we do have a card or a couple on 49, and of course, when you say state hospital bed purchases, we're not talking about bed purchases, but actually clients using state hospital beds.
That's right, and
Okay,
we're asked every year to
people know.
estimate how many clients we think we're going to need to place in the state hospital. We estimate 2, and so we get a guaranteed rate for those 2. If during the year we need to send additional clients there, we can. They charge us a higher rate, so it's a way that the state manages how they get paid. And this is our contract with the state for those 2 beds. Again, the clients have been there all year, and we're late because of the HIPAA language that we had to take all year working out with the state.
Got it. And again, this, as far as the SEIU concern, has nothing to do with service providers or employees. It's a matter of purchasing spots in the state.
Correct, and I would add that on 50, again, our contracts with Dr. Glick and Dr. Pamplona, services rendered through this year, we're just increasing encumbrances. Sylmar and Crestwood are IMDs that would not really be related to that. They're out-of-county, IMDs that we need to send our clients to.
The important thing there is to emphasize that we're going to build an IMD.
That is correct. And then we can talk further. Melanie Roy is also here, and she'll be handling 51 and 52.
And then you didn't mention Elms Residential Care?
Right, which is also residential treatment that I don't think would be under this issue of contracting out, since it's a location that we have to send our clients to.
And that is also an existing one that we're just amending?
That is correct.
So nothing new here?
That is correct.
Okay, so let me, with that, before you go on to the rest of your items, go ahead and call the two cards I have on item 49 specifically, and that would be Nancy Borchard, followed by Reverend Jim Gilmer. You wanted to be 51 instead? Okay. And Ms. Borchard, you wanted yours on 49?
I'm here to really speak about the expended funds for Mental Health Services Act. I'm uncertain if that's what number that is. 52.
Okay, so we'll put you for 52, and we'll.
Should I wait for a moment?
Yeah, let's go ahead and keep this in order.
Okay.
If you don't
I
mind.
just have, Madam Chair, one question.
Yes.
About the 2 beds at the state hospital.
Yes,
Are
sir.
those 2 beds being used now?
Yes, sir.
They are.
Yes, sir.
We're averaging about 2 a year, you said?
We average 2 clients a year that stay there. A third one comes in and out, kind of.
Cost per day?
The annual cost for our hospital is approximately, I think, about $180,000 annually. I'd have to do the math to come up with the daily rate.
Okay. And then I think that answers that question. Reverend Jim Gilmer, you said you'd prefer item 50. We have discussed 50, so if you'd like to give us comments on 50.
That was 51.
Okay, excuse me. All right, I think we've heard then on 48 and 49 and 50. Does the board have any questions on those 3 items?
Just
Yes, Supervisor Flynn?
County Council have any comments on the issue raised by SEIU?
Well, with respect to all of the items under consideration, we have reviewed all of them and have determined that certainly the board has the legal authority to enter into all of the contracts that have been proposed, and there are a number of reasons for that. First, with respect to Government Code Section 31,000, we've reviewed SEIU's concerns there, and we feel there is no legal issue. Secondly, with respect to their units, we are informed that there is no displacement of SEIU members by any of these contracts. And so we are uncertain what SEIU's legal concern is with respect to the statements that are being made today.
Okay, thank you.
So just to follow up?
Yes, please.
There are some laws that prevent contracting, and there's no law here that prevents these contracts.
That is correct.
Okay, so if I may, do we have a motion on item 45? This is regarding the Prop 36.
48.
I'm sorry, 48. Regarding Prop 36.
Move the recommended action.
We have a motion and second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Did you want to comment?
I just wanted to ask a question going along with the Supervisor Flynn was saying. It's one of the questions is there anything that precludes us from doing this? But another question is that these aren't just contracts. These are contracts for services provided to folks in the community that need the mental health service. Is there any other alternative to providing that?
Well, in particular with 48 and 49 and 50, the answer would be no. Right. And I think then we'll get to 51 and 52, and I'm going to have Melanie Roy come up and have the further discussion with the rest of the
I think that's the point that we need also,
right.
The board needs to understand, as well as the community, if there is no alternative and it is not displacing anything regarding our employees, then the service to the clients becomes paramount. And if it's the only option, that's one of the reasons this is before you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's one other legal issue that probably should be addressed also. Number 49 concerns the county's contract with the state, the annual performance contract that is required by law.
53.
And one of the sections that addresses the county's performance contract in the Welfare and Institutions Code requires that the county contract out services to private and private nonprofit mental health resources before it constructs new facilities and resources in its own operation. And that is something that the Behavioral Health Department has vigorously pursued over the years.
Thank you. Ms. Shulman, you want to comment?
Just that item is 53, not 49, so I don't need to. I just want to make sure we're juggling all these apples correctly.
Okay, so we have had a vote on 48, and 49 is regarding the state hospital bed purchase, as we call it. Do I have a motion on the ratification of that?
Move the recommended action.
Thank you. And a second? Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and seeing no objections, that passes. That's 49. 50 was the one regarding continuing the services of Silmar, Crestwood, and Elms. Do I have a motion on 50? Ratification and approval of the agreement. I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Well, and I'll second it.
Thank you.
If I might make a point, though, I think that both the department and legal counsel has addressed the concerns raised. I have concern that there's been a request made by SEIU that was noted in the comments regarding number of employees, et cetera, and that hasn't been replied to yet, and I would ask that be answered. Okay. If the request was made in writing, they certainly should receive a reply in writing.
Okay. And Ms. Sanchez, you are entitled to a card for other items in this list if you want. I noticed you had some more comments to make, but you had yours specific to one item, I think.
I just wanted to address what the legal counsel.
Okay. Let's go ahead then. We have our motion and second on item 50. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, then that passes. We'll go on to item 51, staff presentation, and then Ms. Sanchez, after that, you can finish your 5 minutes if you wish. And we have Melanie Roy to assist on this one.
Melanie Roy will be presenting 51
Okay.
and 52.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be opening. We're a team, that's right. 51. This is approval of the contract with First Five of Ventura County. I think as your board remembers, First Five put out an RFP to provide mental health services at all of their neighborhoods for learning. We responded to the RFP and are happy to say that we were selected as the recipient. And this memorializes our agreement with First Five in relationship to providing those mental health services, and also including a partnership with the Human Service Agency and allowing them 2 positions so that it's a full multidisciplinary team. We will be, in the coming weeks, meeting with providers, City Impact, and Interface to coordinate details of their agreements. They've previously been providing the mental health services through the First Five arrangement, and First Five has asked that we continue to contract out to those 2 providers as a continuation of service in relationship to these NFLs. And so that was part of the RFP, was that we agreed to contract out services. We responded accordingly. We need some time to negotiate our final details on those contracts, but not to exceed the encumbered amounts that have been received by us from First Five. We will go ahead and enter into relationships with City Impact and Interface to provide some of the mental health services for this exciting new process in incorporated care for the kids that come to the NFLs.
Thank you. And did you want to comment, Ms. Roy, or you're going to be there for questions?
Well, I can add one
Thank you.
comment. I think that First Five has done a really excellent job over the last few years of building a mental health collaborative that has been serving these NFLs. And the mental health collaborative has developed relationships with the NFLs and with the families who participate in those services. So it was really First Five's desire and mandate, really as part of the response to the RFQ, that behavioral health contract with these subcontractors so that those relationships could be maintained and that the services could have continuity.
Okay, so this is keeping the same providers. Thank you. I know we also have some cards on this also. shall we go ahead and do the cards, and you'll be there to assist if we need you? We have Reverend Jim Gilmer, and this is item 51.
Good morning,
Good morning.
members of the board. Jim Gilmer, Oxnard, California. Happen to be involved with the Mental Health Services Act, and my personal involvement is I see this as a seed of transformation involving community members through a program called Project Links, which is outreach and engagement. And the Mental Health Services Act really encourages the behavioral health departments throughout the state to reach out and form new friendships and do business in a different way. And our focus is to basically reduce mental health disparities amongst minorities. And particularly, we've worked in Oxnard with African Americans and Latinos, and in the Santa Clara Valley, Fillmore, Piru, and Santa Paula with Latinos. And I mean, we have involved pastors, clergy, lay counselors, paraprofessionals, youth, in all of these areas, keeping in tandem with the Mental Health Services Act. And we realize that the county, if we're being true to the President's New Freedom Commission report, the Surgeon General's report on mental health, and most recently the California Mental Health Planning Council's document on transformation, that the community has to be involved in transformation. The county can't do it alone. And we see it as a two-way marriage, certainly to enhance services, which are seen very differently in ethnic communities. You know, it's not all a clinical or medical model. It's certainly faith, it's certainly cultural enrichment, and alternative approaches to mental health. So I have enjoyed my partnership, and I know many of the representatives that I am involved with are certainly learning new ways of partnering with mental health. We're there at the facilities. We're working with clinicians. We're working with administrations. And we see this as just a great way to further enhance the transformation of mental health services. And more importantly, we were recognized last week at the California Institute for Mental Health as having a program worthy of national recognition. This wouldn't have happened without these new partnerships. So I would hope that you would keep that vision, keep that foresight, and knowing most of you and how you're committed to the community, that you would just support us and support the Behavioral Health Department. Thank you.
So you're asking us to go forward with this item so
Yes.
that we can contract with your agency?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is item
51.
51 and 52, kind of
Okay.
put them together.
And I also a couple more cards here. Steve Elson with Casa Pacifica.
This is really 52.
Okay, would you like to wait then? You did write 51 and 52 on this.
I sure don't mind. I think they're so related. I don't
Okay.
mind hearing. I'd like to hear.
All right, it's just that we haven't had the staff presentation on 52, but go ahead. Why don't you go ahead and speak, Mr.
Well-
Elson? I think we can remember.
These are pretty related items, wouldn't you say? 51 and 52?
We can present 52 really quickly.
You want to go ahead and present 52? Because then I have
Why don't
two
you do
cards that want 51 and 52,
Yeah.
and some that want just 52. Thank you.
52 is one of our most exciting board letters, actually.
Right.
As your board is aware, there were expanded funds for Mental Health Services Act, our Community Services and Supports Plan, and we had a extensive stakeholder process once again, and we are here before your board to present the recommended expansion plan, which will bring an additional $2.4 million of services into the county in fiscal year 07-08, assuming that your board approves this plan and that the state approves our work plan. And so this opens up the opportunity for us to expand on some of the services that are currently in the Mental Health Services Act, and then also bring on some additional services. And I think Melanie will talk about the specifics of the plan and the programs.
Thank you.
In terms of the expanded funds, as Linda said, we're expecting approximately $2.4 million. What this is going to represent are expanded programs through MHSA. We expect to be able to provide program services to an additional 435 individuals through these programs. Basically, because of the union concerns, I did do an analysis of how many FTEs for county versus how many FTEs for private providers would be funded through this, and it's pretty much dead even. It's 21.7 FTE county employees and 22 contractor employees.
By that you mean we'll be expanding?
In the expansion, yes. So we will be
expanding county positions by...
That's right, 21.7 FTEs.
And we'll be then expanding contract positions with
by
with
22.
these private contractors that we see here.
That's right.
So about 50-50.
It's about 50-50.
Of the new money.
That's right, that's correct. We're really proud of the outcome, frankly, of this. Part of MHSA, when you read the plan, it really talks about community collaboration and refers to the process by which various stakeholders, including groups of individuals, families, citizens, agencies, organizations, and businesses come together. And what that does is it provides a richness to the conversations, and I think that that's been incredibly valuable. We have learned a lot from one another, and we all have gifts to bring, so to speak, to the process. And I think that in the end, the community is really going to significantly benefit from the expanded services. There's a number of programs that we're expanding, and again, there's very big opportunities to serve many, many more individuals with this. And what we're doing is we're asking that you allow us to send this plan to the state for approval.
We do have a couple questions. Supervisor Floyd?
Can I ask you a couple questions? Yeah. These expanded services, now, are these required by law, these services?
Well, technically, Prop 63 is a law that was passed by the voters, and so the allocation comes to us, and then the state set forth regulations by which we have to go through in submitting a work plan in order to receive the allocation and in order to therefore provide those services. So,
But aren't we doing some of those services now?
no, these are all new and expanded types of services. There are pretty specific rules in the law about not supplantation and about new and different and not just more money for the same old thing, to put it bluntly. So the services that we're recommending in the expansion plan and that we have already started in the original CSS plan are new ways of looking at services, full service partnerships that provide 24-hour care in ways that we haven't done before, outreach and engagement, as Jim Gilmer spoke on, in engaging the community in ways that we've never done before, and various different mechanisms like that.
So it's a continuation to grow government, huh?
It's a continuation to grow government.
Well, I guess I'm just wondering,
Funded.
because, I mean, a lot of these services I just believe are already out there. We just keep adding more. But the other thing I'm concerned with is, how long is this going to go on for? Are we adding a whole bunch of employees here that we're going to have to lay off in a year or two, or what's the deal? Or should we just be contracting all of it out so we don't have to do that to people?
Well, that's a fair question, but our the law is there until, I suppose, there have been some initial legal attempts and they haven't worked, so I think Prop 63 is pretty stable. And the revenue stream, again, the state got more money than it originally expected to do. The state has anticipated in the development of the Prop 63 law the concern of what happens when the revenue dips, and so there is a forced reserve in the process. There's a 5% reserve for every county that currently the state's holding for us. We're all working with them to say we ought to be able to hold our own reserves and earn our own interest, but that's an ongoing conversation. But in the meantime, there is a reserve being put aside so that if 1 year revenues were to dip from the collections on this, that there would be money to enable counties to maintain their service levels. And also, the state is only allocating 60% of the revenue that comes in from Prop 63 for these community supports and services. The other funding streams that we're going to be working on in the coming year are a way in which the state can then ultimately, after the 08-09 year, put it all together in a pot that could help to, contain within whatever receipts come from the 1% tax on millionaires that is set up for this revenue stream. So, as long as there's still millionaires paying their 1% tax on this law, then there's still going to be revenue. I think the revenue will ebb and flow as the economy does. But I think the state's tried to set this up in a way to protect for that.
Are we going to have to incur any new leases and buildings to add people or do anything with this, or what?
In the expanded work plan, there's I guess the transitions could enter into a lease, right? So there is one program, and then IDDT was already the lease that your board approved the last time I was here for the Ventura Clinic. Was included in that was money
Part of that
for
expansion you talked about.
was
yeah.
this right that I mentioned back then. So there is some lease money for our IDDT expansion, and there is the potential for our transitions program, which will be expanding if this plan is approved, to also enter into a lease. But again, those annual costs are included in the annual allocation that we expect to continue getting from the state.
Yeah, I guess my only concern is we enter into a lease, we end up, the thing dies down, we don't have enough money, we end up paying the lease, and we don't get the money for it, so that becomes a little bit of an issue for me, versus maybe contracting more of it outside so we have enough room in what we already have. But anyway, those are my questions.
Just a quick follow-up, there's not a sunset then, there was not a sunset, and so, but as with all of our grant programs, the programs and the employees, they sunset if the grant sunsets. If there's a change in the direction of the services to be provided or mandates that come from the state that redirect us, so the employees who come on are essentially tied to that.
And also, while obviously the two are related, we're wanting to send this plan to the state today to get it approved, but we're not here today asking for the specific positions or any of those allocations of the expenses since the state hasn't approved it yet. And so obviously that would be the next step. So I think these are good questions that obviously we want to answer, but we can put information together around some of those things when we come back with hopefully the approval of the state and then the actual request for positions and any expansion that we end up doing because the state approves this plan.
All right, I think we have two more comments. Supervisor Flynn, your light is on. Did you want to comment?
No thanks.
Okay. Supervisor Bennett, did you want to comment?
I just wanted to ask one question. In terms of IMD facilities and capital facilities, my understanding from conversation with staff is that because the capital improvement plan is coming, that's what you think is a more appropriate place for us to go in terms of we'll know what the requirements are, we'll have that kind of funding, and that's what we should dedicate to the capital construction project.
Correct, and you also can't use community services and supports by the definitions of the state for capital building. This money wouldn't be approved under those rules. So they define very specifically that it has to be full service partnership, systems development, or outreach and engagement.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back to our cards then. Scott Elson, and then Jeanette Sanchez, would you like to follow Scott Elson? Okay.
Actually, it's Steve.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, this morning I've done that a couple of times between Steve's and Scott's. Sorry.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the Mental Health Services Act. And just before I get there, the Casa Pacifica was developed, was really more than a place. When folks were planning Casa Pacifica 20 years ago, it was a concept, and the idea was that the community could come together to serve vulnerable children. And that meant not that the kids were not simply the children of the county or the children of HSA or of the dependency court, but that these kids were really the community's children. And there was a serious effort to try to continue to engage not only in the capital campaign, but in the ongoing operation, the community. And as Melanie just said, it has, I think, provided a partnership and a richness for the services that can be delivered to these vulnerable kids. The Mental Health Services Act is along those same lines. The idea, as was expressed earlier, is that the system be transformed and that we do business in a different way. And that part of that is engaging the community in both planning and service delivery. And that is what the Mental Health Services Act does. Our part of that act, through a request for proposal, competitive bid process, is the CERT program, which was mentioned earlier. That's the Children's Intensive Response Team It is true, and we are actually grateful to the county for the support they've been giving us in ramping that program up. We have not been able to go 24/7 simply because of staffing issues. We're getting close to being fully staffed. We will be able to do 24/7 and respond to crises involving children and youth round the clock. We think that can happen in the next few weeks. But we have had some issues trying to ramp up for that program. Those have been tough positions to fill. And the adult team has been great in supporting our efforts and in taking over the calls from during the night hours. And we very much appreciate that collaboration. We do think the partnerships that we've had with departments, primarily with HSA and with behavioral health, have been great partnerships. We think they benefit the community enormously, and we think they do, as I said earlier and as Melody said, really bring a richness and an involvement on the part of the community that we think benefits Ventura County citizens. So we'd urge you to support the item number 52.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve Elson. And also, I appreciate the work you do for Casa Pacifica. Jeanette Sanchez. She'll be followed by Betty Alvarez-Ham.
Hello again. I just wanted to respond to what the legal counsel had said. If in fact it is a right to do this, I guess what we're asking for is that steps not be skipped. There's a process that SEIU has a right to mitigate any impact on the units, on employees, and that process hasn't been taken. It's not the first time that it happens. It's not the first time that I'm here asking for the impacts to be mitigated or negotiated. And that's what I'm asking for then. If in fact it is legal to do that, then give SEIU the opportunity to look at the impacts that is going to be on our employees and on the units. And that's what I simply wanted to say. The information that was provided here to you today hasn't been provided to SEIU in writing, and if it could be provided to you today here, why hasn't it been provided to SEIU previously when asked for? So, again, just that opportunity to mitigate the impacts is what then we're asking for. Thanks.
We do have a question. Supervisor Foy?
Thank you. It sounded like to me what I heard, though, is that you are going to end up with more people, is what
Right.
it sounds like to me.
Well, if that's the case, we didn't know, and that's why I was saying the information that we had requested in the past hasn't been given to us, so we can't go ahead and say, yes, we approve or we reject without knowing what the full impact was going to be.
But was it clear now that it sounds?
It's clear, and like I said, if
So
that
you're not
information
asking-
could be put in writing to us,
But you're not asking us to hold up anymore, since now you know that you're going to end up with more employees.
well, if it could be put in writing, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think, Madam Chair,
Supervisor Flynn?
with your permission, I think the important thing is that the communication take place. That's what I hear you asking for.
Thank you.
If I could just interrupt on this point, I see staff, could you respond to having you not provided this or can provide this, or we have it in writing? Can you provide it in writing?
Sure, we can.
Could
We
you
had a
address-
meeting with SEIU on June 11th and went over the staffing for MHSA with the union at that meeting. I have not provided it in writing, but certainly would be willing to. A fact is a fact, so I can put it in writing. But
This can be provided in writing?
sure, I can, yeah. Yeah, we did. Yeah.
You want to hand mine to SEIU right now? Right, there.
Thank you. We have some more cards then. Betty Alvarez-Ham. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name.
No, you did it right. Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. City Impact has had the opportunity of being involved with First Five since its conception. We've been working hand in hand with the NFLs. We've been able to work alongside the schools in providing services, as well as working with the community and the churches in the area. As Mr. Gilmer stated, that many times to engage the community is involving all entities of the community. And We're excited about the partnerships that we'll now be working with behavioral health. City Impact has had Medi-Cal contracts, but now it's expanding its role and being involved with them in the role of providing the NFL services. So we just want to, again, say thank you for even considering it. We thank the work that behavioral health is doing. We thank them for the role of saying they're doing business different. And that's mainly because of the fact they're engaging the whole community. I think it's also real important because of the ethnicity that's involved within our community. Some communities do not function in the same way of receiving services as others. So City Impact as well as Interface have gone into homes, have gone into schools, have gone into churches, and any place that we could actually service these children and their families. So we just want to thank you for that role. We ask you that you would support this endeavor. We believe it's a win-win for our community as well as behavioral health.
Thank you. It's nice to be in a position that we have funding for mental health services. Generally, we're not in that case, so we're thankful to the voters, too, that saw the need for this. Thank you for your comments. No questions. Our next speaker is Eric Sternard.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Eric Sternod, Executive Director at Interface Children and Family Services. And to echo some of the comments already made, Interface was started 35 years ago by the community, recognizing that an increase in community services was important for our residents here. And so we've had the pleasure of that community trust to bring a diverse and community-based types of services to this community. So today, Interface has 16 different service sites, including the NFLs that my colleague from City Impact just mentioned, where we're delivering services, and that doesn't include all the home-based and community-based intervention that happens. I think in support of the Mental Health Services Act, I think the operative concept here, and I think what is new and different and important, is that engagement in that collaborative and unique way across the public and private lines that usually can divide us, and instead using that collaboration to bring really the best ideas forward, to bring some healthy dialogue and engage folks from the community who sometimes aren't necessarily part of that process, and as cumbersome as it may be sometimes, that does sort of in the end create kind of a rich stew. Looking at the guidance from the California Department of Mental Health, their vision statement and guiding principles for the implementation of the Mental Health Services Act that they put together in February of 2005, it states that there be significant increases in the numbers of agencies, employers, community-based organizations, and schools that participate. It states further that care must be collaborative and integrated, not fragmented. So it's really in the foundational documents of the implementation of the Mental Health Services Act that we see this kind of a desire to have lots of players at the table, and that certainly is true in terms of the ability to contract services out, and that there be a way to have various organizations and their strengths be brought forward. Having spent the last decade in Sacramento, I can definitely vouch for the strength of the service community that can develop when there is that kind of open partnership and multiple partners at the table. And in the end, I think the purpose that we're all after is to bring the needed services to those clients who need them, and whatever way we can do that, I think we should, if it's bringing some of the best care forward. Interface employs over 100 Ventura County residents, and they are all about bringing service back into their own community. Over 50% of the funding of the organization comes from government contracts for services, and so our ability to continue to bring services depends on a healthy balance between those contracts, philanthropic support from the community and foundations. So I would certainly throw my hat in terms of supporting behavioral health efforts here in terms of their approach with MHSA. Good partner, and I think this is really ushering in a kind of a collaborative relationships that we would certainly support. So thank you.
Great comments. Thank you very much. Our last speaker on this is Nancy Borchard.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Johnson. My name is Nancy Borchard. I live in Somas, and I serve as the chair of the Mental Health Board. I'm here today to speak in support of the work and collaboration that has occurred in the planning and design of the programs. I can't tell which I can see better with. Programs created with funds from the Mental Health Services Act. The intention of involving the whole community in this plan was to create the sharing of talents and ideas so that best practices and services could be created. That so many different agencies, both public and private, worked to make this process successful speaks of the desire of all involved to work together to make things better. It follows that some of the work would be done with the county agencies and some of the work would be done by private providers. This gives a diversity of experience and expertise that can only enrich the culture of caregiving. Involving the community is most certainly the foundation of the Mental Health Services Act. Our Mental Health Board supports the proposal for the expanded funds connected to the Mental Health Services Act. It is important to forward this plan to the state so that the services that will be provided with these funds can begin. These expanded funds fill in some of the gaps that we knew when we approved this plan in the first place, and you did too, that many of the, particularly adult services, were very severely limited because there was just not enough money. So with these expanded funds, the proposals have certainly greatly expanded the numbers of people that will be served. So it's very important that we get this moving on and moving to the state so we can get the money back. The longer it takes to get started, the longer people don't get served. And it's, taken a long time to get started as it is. Our board also wishes to thank you, in a different subject, just slightly, for the supplemental funds provided for the alcohol and drug program to support recovery from substance abuse and addiction. This is a very serious problem that is of high concern to all stakeholders who advocate for the treatment of the addicted and the mentally ill. Often they're both, We appreciate also your efforts to provide for the needs of our whole county and to create a sound financial structure that will see our county through good times and hard times. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes our public comments on the item. I have Supervisor Flynn and Supervisor Bennett.
Just like, how many have we voted on now?
How many of these items?
All of them? Or
No, I don't think so.
We have 2 left, right?
Yeah, we still have we have 50.
Okay, I just want to. Do you have something else to say?
No, we were just here in case you needed.
I just want to say that Jim Gilmore, who spoke here earlier today, emphasized a point I think that we need to make sure we remember, and that is how community involvement really helps with the treatment of people who suffer from mental illness. He has been instrumental in bringing together different faiths and different ethnic groups, racial groups, into one group to address issues such as what we're talking about today. And just a reminder that Jim Gilmore was the first provider of care for the homeless in Ventura County back in the 1970s. Here he is again, still working.
Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. My comments will relate to most of these items, then we can vote on each particular item. But I guess the first thing I'd just like to point out is that we hardly ever touch the whole behavioral health, mental health issue when we don't find it a tough issue. It's tough for one reason or another, and I look at two professionals in front of me that probably can attest to that more than anybody else, because you get it from all sides constantly. It is an important, really painfully important issue to the families and the people involved. It's an important issue to the community that we handle the issue properly, that we treat these people with compassion and fairness. It is a complicated issue in terms of funding. It's the most complicated funding that we have in county government. It's tied this way, tied that way, etc. And then on top of that, you have many community-based organizations that have expertise and thoughts about how it should happen. You have county employees that also have expertise and thoughts about how it's supposed to happen. And then you have Prop 63 written that dictates some things about how things are going to happen. So I would just offer there's been an awful lot of work put into this. And I think it is as balanced of a plan as possible. I appreciate the comments from the representative from SEIU, but we are expanding programs, we're expanding SEIU jobs. At the same time, we're expanding services and programs and positions with Interface and the Casa Pacifica and Turning Point and great organizations that are out there. I think that is the balance that was captured by the spirit of Prop 63, and that we have to live with, and I appreciate it. I don't think that it would be acceptable to say we won't. These people can't get any new contracts. That everything's going to have to be done within the county. But taking the money in 50-50. Maybe that wasn't intentional, but somehow it sounds fairly fair in terms of an expansion out there. So I just want to emphasize, I doubt that we'll ever touch this expanded. There's going to be more funding. Wait until you see what happens when the capital funding comes, right? Okay, in terms of issues, we're never going to touch this where there isn't going to be controversy. But this is about as good of job as could happen, and I think that Linda Schulman ought to really get a tip of the hat here today as her last board meeting here and finishing up with this huge project in terms of getting this done. Certainly one of your great fortes has been figuring out funding and trying to make sure that we stay legal with our funding and doing all of those things. So I want to, on top of this, and I know this is not an easy day for you, I just want to wish you well. You're doing something more important. You're going to take care of 2 kids, and you only get to do that once in life. And a 6-month-old at home is about as valuable as an asset as you have. So I really want to compliment you. I want to compliment staff. This has been a challenging thing. I want to thank our partners for coming in to talk today, and certainly want to pass our appreciation on to all the SEIU employees also. We ought to be celebrating the fact that we've had a crisis in funding that is at least dramatically improving as a result of Prop 63. So certainly going to be in favor of the motions. Thank you.
Kathy has her button. Supervisor Long, then Supervisor Flynn.
Yeah, thank you. I think much has been said already, and what has been most valuable is that we have grown a stakeholders group in the community that we need to stay at the table. We need to keep them engaged. We need to listen to each and every one of them so that they're a small but mighty group, and I'm sure we would all like to say there could be more of them to help us work through the many challenges that we have when dealing with the needs of the population. And not everyone got everything in this plan, and we know that as excited as we were the day it passed, we knew right away it wasn't enough. But it's more than what we've had, and we've made great strides from even 10 years ago of what were the challenges for the needs in the population. And to look at a crisis residential 12-bed program, absolutely need it. Absolutely need it. We need the community now, the stakeholders who are at the table. Many of you we heard from this morning so wonderfully speak to the value of the work to help us to continue to work with the public to assure them that this is a population that through the advances of science, the advances of good people who know how to work with the population, that you can have a facility like this in your community and it can be very enriching, not a facility that people are concerned or afraid of. So I know when we get to the capital piece of it, if we can revisit and keep this other residential program and the IMD. These are top priorities. As we saw in the contracts, the IMD cost our Supervisor Foy, being newest kid on the block here, said that much, and it is. And I'm not sure the public always understands that it is a very expensive population when you have obviously the great needs of individuals that just cannot be met at home, perhaps. So I too think it's been good work. I think, just as I said, we must listen to our stakeholders. The SEIU employees are stakeholders, very significant stakeholders, and we must be listening to them ahead of time, not after the fact, and do everything we can to, and we must, by law, respond to the government code sections that call for not contracting out things that can be done by county employees. I think this board is very vigilant in honoring that piece of the law. So, good work. Good work, and I thank the folks who came to speak today on behalf of it.
Thank you. Supervisor Flynn and Supervisor Foy.
I want to thank Linda Schulman for her good leadership and good work in mental health. We're really very pleased with what you have done, and I am especially. When we talk about controversy, there's less controversy today in behavioral health than there was 20 years ago. And the controversy, some of it stemmed from people's lack of knowledge of the understanding of mental health, behavioral health, a complete misunderstanding of it. And now it's more out in the open. People are more accepting of it as a health problem, not to be distinguished in any way from other health problems, only particular treatment. And that is a big step that the public is finally recognizing, that people with mental illness suffer from an illness of an organ of the body, just like other illnesses are. Other people are suffering from other organs of the body. So this has been a giant step, and my thank you to all those involved with it.
Thank you. Supervisor Foy?
Thank you. Linda, I want to say in a short period of time, I've got to know you've done, like Supervisor Bennett said, it's amazing how you can manage and do all this to try to bring this together. This is a very complicated opportunity. I want to thank you for the service that you've given to the people. The other thing I want to say is that looking at this Prop 63 situation, that we're going to receive $2.5 million or plus million there and a whole bunch more money. I think it's critical that we do an excellent job with that money. It's you think back for somebody to pay $2.5 million in taxes or $3 million. A lot of people had to work pretty hard to make and create that much wealth for us to do it. And it's a big responsibility for this population that is very, as Supervisor Long said, very expensive. And I think we have an obligation to ensure that we do a good job with this, and the right partners out there that are doing a good job to make this happen. I think it's very important. So. As looking at this stuff, it's always very expensive and very difficult to, as I say, to expand government. I like the opportunity to find other ways to do it, but it's a population that we need to take care of our people, and it's something we have to do. So, thank you.
I'll just comment real quick, and that is one part that I really appreciate of this one is that we're getting a 24-hour East County crisis team where we only had just 12-hour, I think, and sometimes you need them more than those 12 hours. I know that, so I'm happy to see that, and I think the East County will be much better served now on that. I also wanted to comment, this really has been to hear that we're talking about an IMD, not with today, in our county. I think that is amazing. That, again, is a locked facility. We had the Camarillo State Hospital. We don't have that anymore, and parents and family have to travel outside of our county to visit people, their young and their loved ones that are in hospitals outside our county. So having a hospital inside our county, and like you were mentioning before, being able to transition people maybe faster out of those hospitals and get more of the whole care, both mental and physical, as I see it. I think that's wonderful. I did actually abstain when this came to the Mental Health Board because we are losing that residential crisis portion of this that we had hoped. But we did, as a board, say we want to make sure that we're not losing it. We're just taking it out of the plan now until we can find a location. And as Supervisor Long said, that's a difficult issue. But I am looking forward to seeing some of those capital dollars coming, and especially now that we have put the IMD at the top of our list, and it sounds like it is something that will happen, I can then go ahead and support this because I don't think we're losing, we're gaining on that part. So I'm happy for that. And then I also have to say it is incredibly complicated, as Supervisor Bennett had pointed out, with the funding issues just without the MHSA, but with it and your work for the financing and our behavioral health department has been superior, and I really appreciate the work that you've done. And you're a resident of Oak Park, and I know you'll enjoy going to the parks there with your children and all that. So I wish you best, and those are my comments. Not seeing any others. Do we have a motion? We had the motion from Supervisor Flynn, second from Supervisor Bennett, and seeing no objection, that passes. We do have a couple more items, I know. Mr. Johnston.
Well, Linda's here. I wanted to publicly acknowledge and thank her for the work she's done. What is it that Lincoln said? People will little note nor long remember the difficult times when this started back in 2001, 2002. And I sort of feel a kindred spirit with you because the nature of your work and the nature of mine, we can't please all of the people all the time. In fact, some of the time we can't please anybody, but we still persevere. So thank you for what you did for the county.
And what a way to go, with all these fundings for programs that we'd never imagined just a couple years back. All right, so we passed item 52, and now we have item.
I think
we were asked
didn't
to
do
also.
51 yet.
We did not do 51. I'm sorry.
We combined 51 and
That's
52.
True.
So we
That's
should.
true. So
I'll move 51.
thank you. And we have a second. No objections. 51 passes, so that now we have passed 51 and 52. Item 53, we haven't heard the report on. I don't have any cards on, but that is ratification of the 3-year standard agreement.
And I move the action.
Thank you. Motion and second. Seeing no objection, that passes.
And
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I know we have a number of 930s, and there's one 930.
Do you have any other comments, Ms. Shulman?
No, I just wanted to thank you all for your kind words, and I also just wanted to say I think the department's in a great place, and I know that Melanie will do a great job, and I'll be around for the next couple months if there's any help I can do in transition, but thank you very much.
And when you finish being a mom, somebody's going to be lucky to get you back into this business. And
Thank
stuff,
you.
Right? Yeah.
Thank you.
We have a number of 930s. I'd like to do item 29 if I could with project understanding.
Well, we do have a request first to do item, the Mexican consul is here, and they would like, Supervisor Flynn had asked that they go first, and then can we do project understanding after that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me ask the Honorable Fernando Gamboa Rosas and his and Marian Gonzalez del Castillo Gamboa, and also the Honorable Manuel Lopez, if you come forward.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Well, it gives me honor today to, and it's a sad day too, because Fernando Gamboa Rosas and Marian Rosas Gamboa, Castillo Gamboa are leaving the consul's position, and they're going to Mexico City, where Fernando has a new assignment, and Marian has a new assignment also. And I've asked Mayor Lopez to be here today because we all work together on the issues that come to your office and my office and Mayor Lopez's office, having the largest population whose heritage is Mexico living in the city of Oxnard. So we're proud of that. I'd like to read this resolution to the board. Whereas Mexican Consul Fernando Gamboa Rosas was born in Merida, Yucatan, and grew up in Mexico City and graduated from the Autonomous National University of Mexico, UNAM, which, by the way, is one of the top universities in the entire world and has gained that recognition, and has earned several diplomas in various fields of knowledge, including degree in ergonomics and Iberian American University in 1978, a degree in social and urban development, and other degrees, including literature from UNAM in 1985 and 86, whereas Marian Gonzalez de Castillo Gamboa was born and raised in Mexico City and has a BA from the University of the Valley of Mexico, has served as director of several child welfare organizations, and is a member and founder of Teatro de las Americas, which she and I are both members of the board of directors. and the Festival del Rebozo, and is the proud mother of Ana and Julian, whereas Fernando Gamboa Rosas took part in various United Nations conferences at Vancouver in 1976. He doesn't look that old, does he? In Buenos Aires in 1990, Geneva in 1993, and Brussels in 1997, and has worked with the Presidential Secretary of the Program and Planning and several anti-poverty programs, and has also worked in the areas of tourism and health for the Mexican government. And whereas both Fernando Gamboa Rosas and Marian Gonzalez del Castillo Gamboa have made many important contributions to the Tri-Counties area, have many friends and admirers whose respect they have earned by the dint of their hard work and dedication because of their obvious concern and compassion for all humanity. And therefore be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors does hereby honor Mexican Consul Fernando Gamboa Rosas and Marian Gonzalez del Castillo Gamboa for all their great work that they have done to foster good relations between the Republic of Mexico, in other words known as the United States of Mexico, and the United States of America, and wishes both of them and their children well as they move on and continue their great work on behalf of all of us. And that's the formal resolution. The informal resolution is that both these people that you see before you are members of our community. They have joined in with the community. They are part of the community. They're not sitting over here in an office and over here in an office, but they're integrated into the community. So what is the community's problem or concern is their concern. So they've been a part of that, and they've been friends with all of us and all of the community, all members of the community. If you see them in an event, everyone at the event knows them. That's how well known, that's how integrated they are into the community of Ventura County, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Barbara. Those are the three major areas that Mr. Gamboa represents. Mrs. Gamboa is a professional working in child care services, and she is going back to Mexico City, and she will re-enter her profession there along with Mr. Gamboa. So we have here two excellent human beings whom the city of Oxnard especially loves them both. And I've asked Mr. Manuel Lopez to be here today to make some comments.
Thank you very much, John. This is really a bittersweet occasion, I think, for all of us who know Fernando Gamboa and Marian, because as Supervisor Flynn stated, they have really been a very, very important, integral part of the community of Oxnard, of the entire county, but more so Oxnard because that's where they live. And they have really involved themselves in community activities. And Marian has been very, very involved in the Rebozo Festival that my wife has been involved in for the last 3 or 4 years. And as such, they have touched a very, very great number of the residents of the city of Oxnard. And the Oxnard has really been very, very, very favored by the fact that the councils that have been stationed in the city of Oxnard in the past have all been very, very good. But I think that Fernando Gamboa and Marian have exceeded everyone else. They have really been part and parcel of all of us, and it really it pains me to see them leave. But I know that all good things have to end. I think that I'm comforted by the fact that we have established personally a very good relationship with them, and I'm sure that will continue. So les quiero dar las gracias por todos sus servicios aquí a los dos, y esperamos que en el futuro nos vamos a visitar aquí y allá, ¿verdad? Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Okay. Thank you for the resolution. Good morning, members of the Board of Directors, my friends. I feel really honored to receive this resolution. This is not my first time in this beautiful building, but it is my privilege today to have the opportunity to express all my gratitude for the support you always give to me as a consul of Mexico during the last 5 years. Time goes by. One of the fundamental principles upon which this nation was founded is that people should be free to develop their faculties. I always believe liberty to be the secret of happiness, and courage to be secret of the liberty. I believe the freedom to think as you will and to speak as you think are necessary to the discovery and spread of political truth. I believe that the greatest menace to the freedom is a silent people, that public discussion is a political duty, as we may sure today. Katie, Peter, Linda, Steve, and John, the people of this county are fortunate to have elected every one of you as a representative. Your liberal and human outlook on the problems of our times and your courage and ability to do something about them assures a successful administration, as we may be sure today. Congratulations for that, and I hope you continue to receive ever greater rewards and recognition for the people we all serve. I will conclude my tenure by wishing good luck to all of you. But first, I want to thank Mr. George Flynn and Mr. Manuel Lopez for all his effort to build bridges of understanding instead walls to separate people. No matter the color of your skin, no matter the language that you speak or the culture where you're from, first of all, we are human beings. I want to finish with words which in many languages, in many forms, in many religions, have brought comfort and strength. May the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, be with us and remain with us always. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't speak English very well, but I only want to tell you thank you. I want to tell thank you to Ventura County, to California, to Oxnard. I'm feeling here like my home, like my country. And this is really, really important for the family, for our family, for my kids. Thank you for all.
Yeah.
Felicidades, gracias para sus servicios para nuestra comunidad y adiós.
Hasta California said, hasta la vista.
See you al rato.
Both of you, ambos. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Flynn.
No, aquí.
Man, I won't use this in my campaign.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure having you. We'll go now to another 9:30 time certain, and this is item 29. This is a presentation on by Supervisor Bennett.
I'd like to thank the Project and Understanding Board Chair, Mindy Johnson, and the Executive Director, Rick Pearson, for waiting so long. Sorry we didn't hit our 9:30 time certain. Could you two please come on up while I read this resolution? This is a resolution on the 30th anniversary of Project Understanding. Certainly, think about the contribution that Project Understanding has made to the residents of Ventura County over the last 30 years, and it's pretty hard to get our hands around all of that. But I'd like to read this resolution sort of as just one of the things that you're doing to celebrate this 30 years that we've been there. So this is a resolution honoring Project Understanding on 30 years of service to the county, whereas Project Understanding was incorporated on July 7th, 1977, and it will make July 7th, 2007 as their 30th anniversary. Project Understanding is a faith-based agency founded and established on the ideals and principles of Judaism and Christianity, whose mission is twofold: to do justice by serving the poor, hungry, and oppressed with compassion and mercy, and to provide avenues for those who wish to serve others. Project Understanding serves more than 5,000 low-income Ventura County residents each year with food, eviction prevention, transitional housing, tutoring, basic human needs such as showers and laundry. And Project Understanding is staffed by hundreds of volunteers who provide thousands of hours of service annually. More than 50 Faith congregations and service organizations support the work of Project Understanding, both financially and through their volunteer labors and members. Project Understanding is and has been a valuable member of the network of services providers assisting low-income families and individuals in Ventura County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in honoring and congratulating Project Understanding on 30 years of service to the community. And we have in front of us today two people that are just really putting a tremendous amount of remarkable work into trying to service this population. And I know, Rick, you're every place that Cindy on my staff goes in terms of the 10-year plan for homeless and all of those other issues, and you're constantly there to try to keep pushing these issues and being an advocate for this special population and stuff. So we would love to hear some words of wisdom from you as I bring this resolution down. So could I ask you to do that, please?
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. In 1990, when I became executive director, the first thing that my predecessor, Pat Driscoll, did, in fact, actually before I hit the transition to become official, was to bring me to this meeting because ESG funding was on the agenda, and he came to speak in favor of the awarding of those funds to us. And so the partnership between Project Understanding and the county goes back many, many years, so this resolution is very significant to me. I really see the county being a tremendous partner with us being a partner with the county, with the faith community, as you heard in the resolution. This has been a significant time for me and for us, so I appreciate that, and I wanted to give Mindy a chance to just say a few words.
Thank you to all the members of the board. Since I was on the Superior Court for nearly 21 years, time is a very relative thing, so saying 9:30, I never expected to be up here at 9:30. No courtroom's ever been on time that I know of like that before. But while I was on the bench, I did the dependency court and the juvenile delinquency court and the probate court and the mental health court and all the courts that caused me to find out about all the services that are offered in the county, and there are a great number of them. And so after I retired from the bench, I took about a day and a half vacation, and then I went right down and volunteered for Project Understanding. Of all the places that they were available to me, that's where I went, because the bang for the buck is unbelievable. For very little actual outgo of money, people get enormous changes to their lives. I've really loved every minute that I've been there. We serve those people who use a lot of the services that I've been hearing about throughout this morning, and a lot of them that I expect I'll hear about if I stay a little longer. We're going to celebrate, in Las Vegas, everyone's getting married on 7/7/07, but here we're celebrating our 30th anniversary on 7/7/07. We're actually having a little get-together at the site of our newest project, which is the WAVE project, which was the Working Artists of Ventura, that has the permanent supportive housing component, which is very exciting and something we've been looking forward to for a very, very long time. I hope many of you maybe will have a chance to come down there, and if you need any inducement to come, it will feature a barbecue hot links starring Judge Herb Curtis's world-famous barbecue sauce, so we try to do it right. I have for each member of the board, this is not a personal gift, there's no bribe involved here. These are for the offices of the board members and Mr. Johnston and Mr. Klebaum, the book that we're going to have for that, celebrating some of Rick's best columns. There's 30 best columns for our 30 years. Thank you for the support of this organization. It's the most worthy organization of which I'm aware, and I mean in no disrespect or demeaning to all the other wonderful organizations who have even appeared here today, but this organization does so much for those who need it so desperately and really deserve it and just don't have any other place to get it. Thank you. Oh, there you go. Thank you. All right. I hate this part. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for what you do, Rick.
And Supervisor Lang, did you want to comment?
Just to thank them.
Okay.
Appreciate it. I've worked with Project Understanding, and they're always an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to request that we have a 5-minute break. Does that work? Okay. Okay. I know. Okay. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. We are at our 9:30 time certains, and we're looking at 10:30 right now. But that's what happens when you have about six or seven 9:30s and 10:30s and 10s and all. So what I'm going to do now, we have a request by Supervisor Flynn that he would like to do his presentation, which is for Mr. Joseph Sorrell. That's our item 40, and it's our 10:30 time certain. So I will turn it over to Mr. Flynn. And Mr. Sorrell, if you'd like to come up too. And Mrs. Sorrell, would you like to join your husband at the podium? You know, I had the pleasure to meet Mr. Sorrell on a road runner going to the airport or to a parking lot. Got the whole story.
I think,
good memory, good memory.
Thank you.
I think
You're a
you
hard
even
person to
know,
not remember.
The CEO, right?
I'll make reference to it. My 40-minute speech.
What do you think of him?
I've known him longer than anybody here, probably, 50 years. I know you claim to be 45.
Can you come, both of you come up? Well, I have the honor this morning of giving a resolution which each one of you signed to Joseph R. Sorrell. And he really is I love to stand close to him because he's famous. You see him on TV sometimes, and they're asking him questions about politics, and he's considered one of the foremost experts. And so we're all so proud of him. Plus, he lives. Where do you think he lives?
Thank you very much.
Hollywood Beach. So, and you both love it, right?
Absolutely.
And they both love me. That's a wonderful thing. Whereas Joe Sorrell has labored in the field of politics for more than 50 years, beginning at USC. This is really something, where he founded the Trojan Democrats, and where he invented the political reception during the 1955-56 school year, which event would draw many important visitors to USC, such as Senators Estes Kefauver, Adlai Stevenson, and John F. Kennedy. And whereas Joe Sorrell served as presidential nominee, John F. Kennedy's personal aide on each of his trips to California, after they first met in May of 1959, when the senator spoke at one of his political receptions and served on his California campaign team with executive director of the California Democratic Party, and then became Attorney General Stanley Mosk's executive assistant when the latter was named National Committeeman for the Democratic Party. Now, it's a lot of emphasis on Democratic Party, but let me say Republicans like Joe also. Whereas Joe Sorrell founded Golden State Consultants in 1966 with two partners, a milestone in American political history because the firm was one of the first to address political issues full-time, after which the firm was eventually renamed Sorrell Associates when Joe and his wife Lee became the sole owners. Whereas Joe Sorrell is one of the nation's most renowned political consultants and is considered one of the founding fathers of modern political consulting, with countless honors and many tributes bestowed upon him as a result of high regard in which he is held by his peers, by politicians, elected officials of all persuasions, and his fellow Americans, such as his recent induction into the prestigious American Association of Political Consultants Hall of Fame. And therefore, we honor him today by this resolution, and in Lee also for her participation, and it's an honor to have, which I'm sure Johnny Johnson would agree, to have Joe Sorrell in our midst here today. We're very proud of you, Joe. We're lucky to have you as a mentor to all of us, regardless of party affiliation, and as a friend to Ventura County, and as a neighbor and as a constituent in our county. we're lucky to have you.
Thank you.
And we commend you for your
Thank you
service.
very much.
We have a picture now. Here, you hold it. Joe, go ahead.
So what can you tell us about winning a campaign?
Well, thank you very, very much, Supervisor Flynn. I remember John Flynn as a guy with a lot of fire in his belly, a real activist. So it's good to see that you still got that fire, and I appreciate it very much. The Supervisor Parks, I was going to sing you out, but we were trying to rent a car up in Northern California. I was going off to have lunch with now the mayor of San Francisco, but we won't get into that discussion about Gavin Newsom, because I thought he had a great future, so I'm not going to predict anybody here. He's got a great future. We have been married 43 and a half years. We met in the campaign of 1958. I was working for Pat Brown for governor. She was working for Congressman Claire Engel for the United States Senate. I don't think she's ever been honored. She hates this stuff, doesn't do it. So I appreciate your recognizing her. I'm here to assure you that as I drove from home this morning through West Hollywood, we live in Hollywood, that everything, Ventura County is safe and sound right now. You'll be very happy to know that Paris Hilton is ensconced in her home. And I tried to get her to come up. I figured she'd a little change of scenery. This would be definitely a marked improvement over Linwood. But I couldn't, because Mr. Dash, and where's Mr. Dash going? Mr. Hal Dash, the president of Sorrell Associates, has been with me for 30 years now. Likes it up here, but prefers being up in Santa Clarita. Anyhow, one of his buddies is handling the PR for Paris Hilton. So I said to Hal, why don't we, get a hold of Michael Citrick and we'll bring him up to Ventura. It would be a great change of pace for, this over West Hollywood or Linwood or Beverly Hills. Anyhow, the county is safe because everything's okay with Paris. She's out of jail. As was mentioned, several things, I'll be redundant. As John mentioned, Ventura is very close to me. My wife, I bought a week. I'm not supposed to speak this long. I bought a week for a charity up in. I'd been up here with name dropping with presidential candidates in 1960. The Pierpont Inn, I can remember. I assume it's still here. And so the next, I buy this week. The next month, my wife decides she's going to buy the realtor, who's still in business somewhere in Oxnard, said he'd sold to divorced women, he'd sold it to single women, he'd never sold to a married wife, and didn't meet the husband. She bought this place in 22 years ago. Wow, what a great investment that was. I want you to know that we Angelinos love paying our taxes because it's one of the smartest things we do up here, and there's not maybe a lot of people who can say that. As you heard, I've been in this business for 50 years before they ever had this business. And thank you for mentioning my honor. I was honored down in Florida. Thank you for mentioning the University of Southern California. It's great name dropping, but it's not honest and truly. Jack Kennedy, Hubert Humphrey, Lyndon Johnson were all good personal friends. I handled all their trips. They didn't have advanced men and schedulers back in those days. But as I said earlier, that's where I met this young enthusiast by the name of John Flynn, and we've stayed friends ever since. And he had nothing to do with getting me to come up here. Again, Johnny Johnston, I worked with his father. See, you didn't have political consultants then, and I wanted to bring an airline into Long Beach, Pacific Southwest Airlines. Some of you with the gray hair will remember the old PSA. And I went down, and Johnny helped me, introduce me to the members of the city council. Did what a good lobbyist would do. So, Johnny, it's about time I pay tribute to your family. My company is still in business. We're a very dynamic operation. Mr. Dash heads it. We're the largest public relations company of its size. And as I said, I can't tell you how much and how moved I am by this honor. I've taken enough of your time. Thank you very much for this honor, Madam Chairman. I can't end the speech. I'm in Sacramento. Kathy Long walked up, reminded me how many years we'd known each other, and so this is a great honor. I wish I could say that I'm going to go over to the beach and spend the week taking it easy, but Mr. Dash and I have to be back in Los Angeles after this is over. So again, this is a great honor. It's more than the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors has done for me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next item, back to following the order that we were in, and that's item 31, and this is the investment reports, and Mr. Matheny.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Johnston. We're here to present the report of investment activity in the Treasury pool for the month of May. Your report provides the information that we had a yield of slightly over 5% for the month, translating into about $7.5 million of additional money made available for local government because of the earnings out of the Treasury pool. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I have a couple of questions. I'll try to be brief. One is on the third page. We have a bar graph, actually the fourth page. The second bar graph, which is yield comparison. Because it's black and white, I can't tell the difference. So maybe we can, on the next go around, we can make it so that they're not both dark when they come out.
They do go left to right.
Okay.
With the IBC Donahue being the first bar, then the 3-month T-bill, and Ventura is the right hand.
That is helpful. Thank you. Do you think we could also put a LAIF bar there? Because that's kind of what I always am looking at. How's the county doing compared to LAIF?
We certainly can get that and put it on.
And then also in relationship to that, I think LAIF's actually beating us now. Not that it's necessarily a competition, but I think they're about a half point above us.
The surprise, actually, forgive me my interrupting, the surprise when we beat LAIF is that that's Goliath.
Oh, I see.
And they have staff that would probably, more than fill this room, that are working full-time on the investment activity, and we stick Bob Hansen with a ball and chain to his ankle and slide his food under the door. So the surprising thing is when we beat LAIF.
Okay.
We do it consistently, but that's a very pleasant surprise.
Okay, thank you for putting that in perspective for me. And just real quick, I noticed also on the second page of investments, we're not seeing much gains in the whole mortgage business and all the banks. I guess that's reflective of what we're seeing now with some of the more risky mortgages not panning out.
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking the context of your remark.
Assets and description, second page. When I look to the unrealized gains and unrealized loss, the negative numbers in the unrealized gains loss column seem to be mostly with the bank and trust and the home mortgage. Is that related?
Well, only in a very remote way.
Okay.
The key thing about the way the Treasury funds are invested is that we buy the securities and hold them until they mature. And following that strategy, we don't realize any of the losses. We get the face amount of the instrument when it matures. The market value information on here really is an indication. If we had to liquidate everything today, what would be the net result of it? But we structure it so we don't have to liquidate it.
All right, and you answered my question, if it was related to that, what's happening with some of the home mortgages. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or motion? Motion is second. Seeing no objections, that passes. I know we have a study session, but we have the APCD coming. So before we get to that, I'd like to just, Mr. Steve Williams has several items that he says will be quite quick. So if you'd like to go through them.
And I still have 28, which will be very, very quick.
Thank you.
Surely, thank you. Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. Yeah, I have the next 6 items, 33 through 38. The first 3, this is the second time they have been before your board, having to do with the renewal and replacement of certain franchises for water companies. So I can limit my comments to questions you may have.
Okay, so on item 33.
Move the recommended action.
Motion second. Seeing no objection, that passes. Item 34.
Move the recommended action.
Motion and a second on 34. Seeing no objection, that passes. Item 35.
Move the recommended action.
Hearing a motion and a second, seeing no objections, 35 passes. Item 36.
Now, the next three all have to
Yes.
do with an annual work we do with respect to confirming, your board confirming service charges for the 3 county service areas that Public Works administers. Again, I can limit my
Right.
comments to questions.
Thank you. Item 36, Camp
It's
Chaffee.
in my district, so I'll move that recommended action.
Motion and a second.
Madam
Seeing
Chair,
no-
these are public hearings, so you should
thank you.
confirm
I
that.
can't quite go that fast. Okay. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on item 36. Oh, okay. Well, let's go back. Do I have any cards for items 34 through 38, Ms. Clerk? I do not. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on item 34. We did have a motion, a second. We can put back on the floor. And thank goodness for Carol Dean Williams. Thank you for catching that. Okay, public hearing opened on item 33. I have no cards on it. I'll close the public hearing. We did have a motion which will be reinstated in a second. I still see no objection. 33 passes. Item 34, I'll open the public hearing. No public comment cards on that. At this time, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. I know we'll go and reinstate the motion and the second. I still have no objection, then that passes. Item 35, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. No public comment cards on that. Going ahead and closing the public hearing on 35, we can reinstate that motion in the second, and seeing no objection, that passes. Item 36 is a public hearing. Go ahead and open it. And I'll go ahead and close it, not having any comments on that. And we did have a motion on 36, as I recall. That was, no? Okay, so do we have a motion on 36? Motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that passes. Item 37. Now, this is in Oak Park. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing, and I'll even make the motion to approve item 37. We have a second. Seeing no objection, that passes. And then finally, item 38 in this round. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and this is various areas in the Casa Caneo Lynn Ranch area. We'll go ahead and close it, having no public comment cards. And with that, I'll go ahead and make the motion. Thank you. And seeing
Supervisor
no
Parks, I
objections-
believe there's a correction on item 38.
Oh, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the one comment I need to make on
Yes.
this. On the attachment to the board letter for item 38, which is make reference to the cost of living increase, and it is correct in the board letter, but actually there's a typo in the attachment memo which indicates that the cost of living increase was 3.05 and it should be 3.49%, although we're only going to 3% is our max in any event. So it's just
Okay, so
clarifying
it's still
it.
the same rates.
Yeah, no
Thank you.
change other than just to clarify the typo.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. We did have a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that passes. Now we'll go to item 28 and then APCD. So
Thank you.
item 28.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be very brief, is there anybody here on item 28? Just want to confirm there was not supposed to be anybody here. That's the only reason I wanted to make sure we covered it. It's time certain, and in case somebody did come. Okay, this is a resolution proclaiming this the week of June 29th through July 5th as National Clean Beaches Week. We've had a request for this resolution. I appreciate the board members all signing it, and I'd like to move that we declare this week, July 29th through the 5th, as National Clean Beaches Week.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objections, that passes. Mr. Johnston, did you have a comment? Okay. Yes, so we are now going to break and go to our Air Pollution Control Board and then come back after that. Oh, the Workforce Investment Board item? Is that what you, excuse me?
Yeah, they've been waiting.
Right.
I'm saying APCD should not take a long
Right.
period of time, so
Good.
we can probably do that, and we'll be right back
Yes.
to the WIB
Yes.
study session.
That's
Unfortunately, the calendar.
what I propose. So we're going to go ahead and recess for the Air Pollution Control Board, and then we'll come back after that. Okay, we're back in session after our Air Pollution Control Board meeting, and we're going to go right to item 32. This will complete our 9:30 time certains here at 11:45. So I believe we have, is it Mr. Meyer? Workforce Investment Board. Thank you. And I apologize that we're running late today.
That's okay.
Mr. Hicks does a great job with the Casitas Municipal Water District. I'm sure he knows how sometimes you lose control of your agenda. Right?
This is even longer than we could ever do, though, I think, Steve. Well, good morning, everybody. Madam Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Johnston, nice to see you. My name is Bill Hicks. I'm the chairman of the Workforce Investment Board, as you well know. And at this point, I was to introduce the rest of our WIB board, but as you can see, they've kind of left the building, as they say. And today, as you know, a lot of things are happening at the WIB. We've had a lot of change in the last couple of years. In fact, I'm the 4th chair in 2 years, and Cheryl Moore, and you know what happened with Cheryl. I hesitate to even say her name because I could get a little emotional about it, but she's the third executive director that we've had in 2 years. So needless to say, we've had a lot of challenges in front of us, but I'm here today and I'm pleased to report, I forgot to put the next slide up, excuse me. I'm here to report that we're strong, stable, and united in our commitment to making a positive difference in Ventura County. This presentation will give you a brief overview of the progress we've made this year and our plans for the coming year. We'll be asking for your support on key issues and looking forward to hearing your comments. Thank you. As you can see so far this year, our performance is looking good. Listed here are 15 categories or measures for which we are accountable. As of March 31st, we are exceeding requirements in all categories except one, and that is the high school diploma GED situation. For some of our younger youth, earning a high school diploma is a real challenge. Our staff and youth service providers are working hard to help those kids succeed. It's been a busy year for our rapid response team also. They have worked with 22 employers before, during, and after layoffs to help make the difficult transition as smooth as possible. More than 3,600 employees have been affected by layoffs in Ventura County last year, and more than 1,200 have participated in our career transition programs. The One-Stop Job Center and Career Centers are becoming community focal points. Their resource centers offer free access to everything from computers and job listings to career coaching and even postage stamps. This year, the JCC served more individual clients than ever before. As of May 31st, more than 20,000 clients had received services at 7 JCC locations. And by the way, that's not a turnstile count. That is actual 20,000 individuals getting help. Yeah, separate individuals. Let's see. Click one more time there, Jess. There we go. Okay. A number of projects are in progress. One of my favorites is the one that we're doing with the Ventura Mall right now. And I don't know if you know this or not, but there are 144 employers in the Ventura Mall. I was just blown away when I saw that number. I can't believe it. They must be counting all the little kiosks and everything, but there are 144 retailers in the mall. So what we've done, we went to the mall and we said, hey, look, we'll put one of our kiosks in if you'll give us a free space. So what they've done, they've given us a space right in front of Sears to put up our kiosk, and we're going to have some poster boards to show people where the rest of our centers are, because a lot of people still don't know where we are or even what we do. And so this is going to give us a real shot in the arm in that regard. So we're real excited about that. In fact, we're thinking about calling it an ATM for jobs. Overall, this turned out to be a very good year, and here are some of the examples of our many partnerships and outreach efforts, and I assume that you've all got this report from the Alliance. And by the way, I'd like to congratulate the board after reading this. I feel very good about our county and the government that we have here, because we got the lowest crime rate We've got the lowest child abuse rate, and our GDP grew at 4% versus 2% for the rest of the country. I think that's a good job. So take the credit, because when it's not there, you're going to get the blame. So here are some examples of our partnerships, and I'm pleased to report that beginning in 2008, 2009, we have strong leadership coming in, and he was here, Peter Zierhead. I know you know him, John, from Haas Automation. This guy is real strong. I mean, he'll do a great job as chair next year. And after that, we have Alex Teague coming in from Limonaire, who should be the next chair after Peter. So I feel like I'm leaving the WIB in excellent hands. I think we made a lot of progress this year. I think we've done some innovative things. I think we've got our mojo back. And this thing with Cheryl's just, it's really like a kick in the stomach to us. So we almost put this thing off, and I just said, Cheryl wants to do it, so we're doing it. So thank you very much. I'll let Jesse take over from here.
Thank you, Bill. Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Johnson. My name is Jesse Tyler. I'm operations manager for the WIB. I'd like to step right in here and on Cheryl's behalf and talk about this next slide. In planning for 2007-2008, we at Core Funding is of a real concern. An overall reduction in federal allocations to California will affect local areas. Ventura County's core funds for adults, dislocated workers, and youth will decrease. However, we do expect a slight increase in rapid response monies for the next year. Later this year, Congress will consider reauthorization of the Workforce Investment Act, and this decision could go one of several ways: reauthorization of the existing act, amendments to the act, a complete rewrite, or redirection of the funds to other projects. Also, we must plan for new mandates under California Senate Bill 293. Here are just a few. Note that we need to provide more business services at JCCs and have small business development centers as required partners. These are great ideas. However, they come with no additional funding. So our big challenge is to do more with less. Next slide, Bill. Thank you. As you see, this Venn diagram here speaks to an alignment that will be critical for cost-effective delivery of quality programs and services. To help make that happen, the WIB, Job and Career Centers, and BESD have developed common goals and priorities. We share a strong commitment to work together, building and leveraging resources for our clients. The first of our shared goals is relevance. We must prepare adults and youth for jobs that we have in this county. Our second goal is quality. Our programs must address the needs of both job seekers and employers. And the third goal is sustainability. We cannot afford to be dependent on the ups and downs of federal funding. We need to build long-term countywide commitment to workforce and business development. And for these last 2 or 3 slides here, I'm going to turn the podium back over to Bill. So
Okay.
we can finish this.
Actually, this is the last one, I believe, yeah.
Right.
Okay, as we begin the new program year, we ask that your board support the reauthorization of the Workforce Investment Act when it comes before Congress later this year, and that you continue to encourage employers and job seekers to use the job and career centers, and to encourage Ventura County leaders to get involved in workforce development. There's a lot of work to do, and we need to keep good employers here like Haas Manufacturing. And it's amazing to me that we have a company that employs 1,200 or 1,500 or whatever it is employees out there on the Oxnard Plain, and they build machines cheaper than they can make them in Asia. And somebody can figure out how to do that, they're a genius. I mean, really, we got to keep these people like this in Ventura County. These are good jobs, they're non-polluting jobs, and if we can figure out how to do that, we're gonna have earned our free lunch or whatever it is anyway, right, Jess?
You bet, Bill.
And this guy, you're going to hear a lot from him. I don't know where he came from, but we just hired him about, three months ago, 4 months ago?
Right.
This guy's a comer. Keep your eye on this guy.
Thank you.
Anyway, any questions?
Thank you for that
we can answer
report.
on the web. You got to make them easy.
All right, that's great. Supervisor Bennett?
I don't have questions. I do know this is difficult for both of you to sort of be jumping in here at the last minute in terms of doing this. And what I would like to point out to the board is that Bill Hicks inherited the role of being, the chair of the Workforce Investment Board. At the same time that they lost, we had this transition in terms of the executive director, and I know he just sat there and scratched his head and said, he took a huge responsibility of trying to hold it together. We know we were having some challenges, Workforce Investment Board, and trying a lot of disparity and differences of opinions, et cetera. And it just everything just calmed down, and I just want to compliment you. You have a steady, calming kind of leadership that made it easy for people to just say this makes sense and to step up.
We've got a great board, I'll tell you that. And we've got great leadership. Cheryl is outstanding.
Well, thank you for making that transition, really work for us and stuff.
Great honor.
And,
Thank you.
Bill does it across the board in Boys and Girls Club. Everything he touches, he really brings that same really quality leadership. And welcome aboard. I hope you turn out to be as talented as Bill as Bill says you're going to be. Great.
If I could just say a couple of words.
Go ahead, Supervisor Flynn.
I want to thank you also, Bill, for your great work that you've done. At one time this whole program was called CETA, and CETA would bring in $20 million a year.
Yeah.
So compare that to today, and it's a lot of difference. But let me just say this about Bill Hicks, so we know what quality person he is. But a long time ago, we wanted to start after-school programs in the city of Oxnard. And somehow I thought of calling Bill Hicks, and he helped raise the money to start the first after-school programs in Oxnard. So he's been involved for a long time, a great history, a great human being. We appreciate your good work.
Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, Bill's really not going anywhere. He'll be with us for another year. He'll be chairman emeritus, so he'll still be around.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your good work. We have a motion. Second. Seeing no objection, then that item passes, and that will conclude our 9:30 time certains. If Mr. Britt is available, he is. Let's go ahead and go to item 39. This is a resolution approving the engineer's report and regarding the Santa Rosa Road Assessment District.
Where is Santa Rosa Road? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Out there in the east end of the county, Mr. Flynn. Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, my name is Butch Britt. Mr. John Bliss with the consulting firm of SCI. You may have known them previously by the name of Schultz Consulting. They're the engineers of record for the assessment district. The item before you today is to hold a public hearing and to receive any testimony that the public would care to make, and to approve the actions which result in the assessment for next fiscal year on the tax rolls for the assessment which your board approved back in 2005. I would suggest you hold the hearing. However, should you have any questions before that, I'd be glad to try and answer them, or else Mr. Bliss would answer if they're specific to the assessment district.
Thank you. Are there questions by the board? I do have a public comment card. Supervisor Foy?
Do you want to do comments first?
I don't think so.
Okay. She wants to hear all my questions first before she does comments. Okay. Couple things. right now we're going to be 300%, it looks like, on the estimate over our original cost.
Based on the current prices of traffic signals that are coming in within the last year, 2 years, yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Which I think we have an email here from you which says that that's going to cost us between probably $1.2 to $2 million additional. It's going to cost the county. In an email that you gave us back in June 12th.
That is correct. It would be approximately, each signal typically is running now around $450,000 each, $300,000, 4 of them, that would be $1.2 million. Again, those are estimates. It really, until we get the firm bid prices, we won't know what the prices are.
But either way, it's going to be somewhere less of that or more than that. It's going to be somewhere in there. But all I guess what I'm looking at is a huge increase in cost. And what it looks like to me is that there's an assessment that we're talking about here today, but that assessment is only the assessment on those people in that area that are going to pay for the maintenance of this?
No, sir. They pay for the portion of the initial installation based on the initial estimate, which was done several years ago before these huge price increases came in. And under the rules of the assessment district, we're not allowed to raise the price of the estimate on the assessment that was elected or voted in.
Right.
So we have to stick with the original estimate, and the county is required, should the project proceed, to pay the additional any additional cost overrun.
Okay, so I guess then the additional cost, because I saw here in the board letter of 2005 that any additional costs that are overruns, the county would end up being responsible for. They had made some adjustments in there, hopefully 10% over, but these numbers have increased tremendously.
We did have a 10% contingency in the overall estimate, but again, the cost of traffic signals, I think, just caught the industry, and particularly Ventura County, by surprise. But it's not unique to Ventura County. That's being encountered throughout the state, and we've had several projects that have been brought to your board recently, including this one and others where the cost increases. The signal at Piru, for example, I think the cost increase there was over 200%.
Right. Yeah, and I understand that, and I know that's happening everywhere. I guess my real concern here is that we're going to, because by taking this money out of, this extra money, we're going to find it in some other place. I've been asking around, and I think you've talked about some place this money's got to come from, right? Are we talking about mitigation fees possibly?
Well, in general, money has to come from someplace.
Right.
I haven't found a way to make it yet. And
that's what I thought.
I basically have to look at the money I have in my budget, which I do have a contingency, but I have to try to be equitable throughout the entire county too. So if and when we get the bids, what I'm trying to do today, in terms of this cost estimate, is alert your board to the fact that this is a problem. We're going to have to deal with it. We'll certainly look for alternatives to try and find the money to be able to do the project that your board approved. But today, as I stand here, I don't have an answer for you. And hopefully, 6 months from now, when we do take the bids, although I don't think so, I'll be here saying, gee, I cried wolf. The prices went down and we didn't have as big a cost increase as we had, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think we are going to have a cost increase. It's going to be in the range of $1.2 to $2 million, and somewhere we'll have to find the money. Just like at your house, when you have that kind of cost increase, you have to defer something else generally, or you have to.
Well, I guess my concern on this is that if this quote becomes general fund money, if there is, I don't know how that we'd ever find any money like that in general fund. The rest of the people in the whole county are paying for something that's going on in a very narrow area that we'd be paying for, which I think would be very, I wouldn't want to set precedents that we're out there paying for, that Ojai's paying for something in the Santa Rosa Valley. That's one of my things that'd be really difficult. The other thing in this is, I look back and some research from the Highway Patrol on some of this, and so also from some roads. We look back on adding lights into Santa Rosa Road. when you did this estimate, I'm not sure these lights were the top of your list of something that needed to be done back then, and then adding more. Only reason I'm saying that is I've got some concerns on some of these open highways of having lights that seem to have evidence from the Highway Patrol that this causes more accidents than saves accidents. And I don't know where you came from back then. Because we looked at 118 on that, and that's what was told to us.
Again, that's a decision that was made by the board several years ago, and at this point, my job is to carry out the board's decision. We did make recommendations, and this was not our recommendation, but the decision was to proceed with it based on the community input and the board's decision, and we're going to do the best we can to deliver.
Right. Okay. And I understand that. And I understand it was made. What I was trying to get at with that is it's not 100% necessary. And I don't know. Maybe County Council can answer this for me. This was voted on, but if we delay, now I'm not talking about what Butch is asking here today. I'm talking about the implementation of adding these lights and coming up with this. You know, if we ask our famous CEO here and say, well, we're going to come up with $1.2 or $2 million out of general fund, if that's a thing, I don't think we have that kind of money. But can we delay putting these lights in? Is that something we can do since it was approved?
I would hesitate to answer that off the top of my head. That's something that we would have to review.
Mm-hmm.
I have a faint recollection of a schedule, and perhaps Mr. Britt can speak to that.
We intend to be out to bid with, hopefully by late this fall, early winter of this year, at the latest early spring. Fortunately, we don't have to get federal approvals on this particular project, so we can pretty much just as quick as we can finish the design and get ready to go out to bid, we can go out to bid. Again, the decision as to whether to accept the bids and or not, and how to fund the project does not have to be made today, and I'm not recommending to be made today. This is a decision strictly to approve the assessment to be put on the tax rolls for this year, and we are under the timeline to be able to get that done so that Ms. Cohen can get that on the tax rolls for next year. Should your board want to revisit, or maybe that's not the right terminology, but ask questions as to where the funding would come and what would be our alternatives legally, I don't know the answer to that either. Obviously, I'm not a legal person, but those questions, unfortunately, I can't answer for you today, sir, but we can get you answers.
Well, that's okay. I guess just what I understand, that if we have to use any additional money you have in reserves, I know we're on a tight schedule. I got your schedule of paving, that if we had to use an extra $1 million, that means Santa Rosa Road that you have scheduled here to be paved, which is in 2011, which is about almost $1 million, would maybe have to put off something like that, or to the re-maintenance of rehabilitation, as you call it here, of those roads. It could have a major impact on some of the different areas of the county if we have to use this kind of money.
That would be currently the only place that I have money. I would have to switch it from the rehabilitation accounts to the traffic signals.
Okay.
That's the only place I currently have money.
Okay.
So, roads would have to be, I'd have to find some way to defer other roads to make this one work if that were the board's choice.
Okay. Well, again, I'm not, and this, my whole thing of bringing this up is that we could run into these kind of costs. It's just, we've got to figure out how to use the money we've got. So you may have a solution to this.
I do.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Long?
Well, I'll look forward to hearing that solution. My question would be is once this is what's before us today is to go ahead with the assessment process, and when the report comes back to us and says what the costs are we at that time able to break the project apart, delay a portion of the project? What was our financial obligation under the assessment district to pick up any overrun cost?
The county's financial obligation under the assessment district, which was passed, is to pick up any cost overruns. As to whether or not we could, what your options would be at that point, I'd have to consult with county council.
Supervisor Flynn.
Well, I was just going to suggest, Butch, and I see Jeff Bratt back there, you might try some of Zone 2 money.
Thank you for that suggestion, Supervisor Flynn.
You changed your outlook, John. That's good.
I know the synchronized system is what it is. It's a system of adding 4 lights, tying it to the existing lights that are already there that will help to lower speeds if we have them synchronized at 45 miles per hour, which is one of the issues that we have out there. You had mentioned that there's the concern about what would be rear-end accidents if you add signals. And I think when we addressed this, the board looked at both the issue of what we have now where you have people pulling out from side streets with cars going 55, 60 miles per hour because it's a residential area, getting T-boned essentially. And the injuries in accidents where people get T-bone, if you will, are more severe than those getting rear end. So that was kind of something that we looked at. In terms of where do we get the funds, I think $1 million was about what was looked at, or $870,000 for 4 signals.
That was the original
originally. Now you're saying it's more like 1.6 million.
Additional.
Additional 1.6. Okay. And then when we're looking at in terms of funds, I can think of 2 places for funds. One is that at one point you had recommended returning to developers and such over $3 million that had been garnered as a result of mitigation funds specifically for Santa Rosa Road. And those funds were going to be returned. I was able to hold off that agenda item and get a review by our county council who has ruled differently. Those funds can be used in anywhere in the county road system according to our county council's office, and please correct me if I'm wrong. There's $3.2 million that wouldn't have been here last year if I hadn't pulled that agenda item potentially. Secondly, in the last year, we have been fortunate to receive what we will be getting $10 million actually $20 million over the course of 4 years in Proposition 1B funds. Is that accurate? As I recall your chart. And those funds, again, are specific for roads. So there's $23.2 million that we weren't going to have as of over a year ago. Now, just because we know that traffic signals have gone up doesn't mean we don't put traffic signals in anymore. And this is not the only project that requires traffic signals to be going in. There are a couple other projects throughout Ventura County. And the idea that we're going to stop doing the type of work that we have agreed to do because the cost has gone up, particularly when we have these funds available for the costs, and it's up to our board whether we want to use these road funds for that, to me would be irresponsible. If you want to debate whether you should have a synchronized traffic signal system on Santa Rosa Road, that's a separate issue as I see it. But surely the costs have gone up, and I agree that they have gone up. It does leave the county in a position that we agreed to be in, realizing that the community put in their share, the county was obligated to pay the rest. So I would think it would be unfortunate if after a couple of years of residents putting money into a tax to have this system put in place, that we would consider going back to the voters or changing the project. That to me gives me concerns. They've been putting, and there's already a trust issue. When you're putting money up and you're not seeing a project and you've been doing it for a couple of years, you have the concern that it's never going to happen. And I'm concerned with the trust issue. We have basically told the residents this is what we're going to do, and to go back on that, I'd be hard pressed to do something like that. I know we have cards. Supervisor
just want to emphasize the recommendation is not to change the project.
I understand that. I understand that.
To the board.
I think she's answering me. You're 100% correct in what you're saying. Can I?
Yes.
Let me go back on a couple things. First of all, I agree with you. We have the right. We have to put up, not the right. We have the obligation in certain areas when Butch or his department or the roads comes to us and says we have an issue here. We need a traffic light. We need to do that. But the problem I have with this one is this is where the citizens came. And it's great the citizens are putting up their money. That's fun, but they're only putting a portion of it. They're asking for something, not where we saw a need and we had an issue we had to put a light up. The second part, and I think that you used the word trust, I want to be careful what we do when we talk about money that the developers put up because we said we're going to widen the road and we didn't do it. We asked them to put, now we're saying, oh, sorry, we didn't. We asked you to give us money, and now we're not going to do that, so we're going to use your money for someplace else. I think that goes back to that word of trust. We have to be careful because we could come up with, oh, let's come up with this when they do this and we'll ask for this, but it's not really what we're using it for. It's just a way to get money out of you. We've got to be real careful with that situation. So I have a hard time if and didn't know that we were talking about returning money. If these people put up some money, anybody, I don't care if it's a developer or anybody, if we say that you have to put money up for this reason and we don't use it, that becomes a little bit of a problem for me here. And I think the word you use is trust. That's a good. We shouldn't just take their money and then say, oh, we didn't do that, so we didn't give it back to you. We're going to use it someplace else. I think that's a problem we have to be careful of. But I think the comment you made in regards to we do have an obligation, no matter what the price of a stoplight is or the synchronization, whatever it's going to be, as long as we believed it was by the department said it's required to have patrol or somebody else says this is required for safety. Now, the citizens required that for safety. I know that Butch and I were at a meeting the other day that somebody said we'd like to have speed bumps in our road out there and out in by Moore Park, and they said hopefully that would slow us down. And Butch said, no problem. Go ahead and put them up. They're about $4,000 a bump, and you can pay for them. We'll maintain them once you pay for them. What do you mean we got to pay for them? Well, the problem is they wanted them for their area. It's not mandated. It's not required. It may slow some of the traffic down, but they had to put the money up. So I think that's where we have to be careful of this. So go ahead.
I'm sorry. I know we have a public comment speaker.
Well, no, I think we're in a legal counsel.
Okay. Well, and the way you characterize the mitigation fund, it's my understanding that the way our county council has ruled is that the mitigation funds went for the county road system, and it identified it in an engineering report that identified, several projects, including the widening of Santa Rosa Road. So if the widening of Santa Rosa Road is off, it doesn't mean all the other projects that are on that road list are not off. So that's the issue as I interpret the report, and we could ask the county council for his interpretation, but
not really. This opinion, and I believe all board members received a copy of our legal opinion that was issued probably 3 or 4 months ago, discussed the traffic impact mitigation fee funds at length. Linda Ash of my office did a great deal of work on it and wrote really an amazingly good opinion. Unfortunately, I don't have all of the details of that opinion in my mind today, so we would have to review that before I could say yes or no to some of these questions that have been raised.
And just to top off my points is the county was obligated to put in some funds, and a citizen stepped up and paid the county's share. And I think, on top of the fact that all the residents out there are being assessed for these signals, you also have a citizen that stepped up and put in $250,000 towards this, and I just think that's remarkable. If there aren't any more comments, then we should probably get to the cards. I know we have a busy agenda. Our public comment card is Kevin Cannon, and Kevin is what is known as our citizen rep for citizen representative, and he works with the Public Works Agency on the synchronization system and is kind of the intermediary between our Municipal Advisory Council, my office, and PWA, Public Works Agency.
Hi, my name is Kevin Cannon, citizen rep for the Signalization Project, resident of Santa Rosa Valley. The resolution being considered is asking the board to find the new engineer's report sufficient. And this is really, that discussion got my heart pounding. This is sort of really down in the details of paperwork. And I do read the reports and things. I don't know if this will make a difference, but according to the Public Works Agency letter, the report per the California Code requires the report be updated annually and set forth, among other items, A, the plans and specifications for the signals, and B, an estimated cost for the signals. In my opinion, the report is insufficient because A, the plans and specification paragraph is identical to the original report, and the new report does not provide an update. There was a reference to the PWA schedule that does exist. After the assessment district and project was approved in November 2005, the PWA produced a project plan in February 2006 listing 29 tasks with a timeline for the community's review and board approval. The number one question I get from the community is, when are the signals going in? It would be beneficial if some semblance of an updated version of the PWA plan was provided within that report. Two, the second reason the new report is insufficient is the estimated cost for the signals is still identical to the original report's estimate, and the new report does not provide an update. We've spent all this time talking about the increased cost estimate, but it's not in the report. The Director of Transportation had warned us of a potential cost increase for new signals as early as February 2006. The PWA indicated early on that one of the first tasks that should be performed by the design consultant hired this last February was to provide a reality check cost estimate. Not sure why that wasn't ever performed, but it could be useful information for the board's consideration today, and most certainly should be provided within the annual report update. To its credit, the new report does reflect the history that 71% of the weighted voter ballots were in favor of the project. The community, and I would add here, it wasn't the residents by themselves that wanted this project. The resolution, as I recall, that was passed by the board states that the board wants these signals, this project to go forward. So you guys are on the hook too. The community was and still is very active when it comes to both our road and our school. Standing room only turnouts are not uncommon at county board and school board meetings when it's important. Many folks have been working long and hard towards the ultimate goal of this project and anxiously await the completion of the 4 new signals and the synchronization of all 8. Specific wording was placed in the ballot mailing that was sent out, and the board approved a resolution that stated the county would be responsible for any cost overruns if actual costs exceed budget estimates. Any discussion to the contrary at this stage of our effort is alarming and most certainly disheartening to the residents, the district residents. Thank you for your time. Now I've got to get some lunch.
Mr. Britt, would you like to respond, or we have someone here from...
Actually, we're going to do a tag team.
Okay.
This is Mr. John Bliss from the firm of SCI. In general, the engineer's report, which is attached to the resolution, is an update of the original engineer's report. The cost estimates, as we indicated, that we provide to you as information are just information at this point, somewhat speculative until we have actual bids to provide your board. There have been some discussion, both with the Santa Rosa MAC, at modifying the scope of the project. We have resisted those attempts to modify the scope of the project without trying to be overly dictatorial to the MAC or non-responsive to the MAC to say, you know, you have a scope, let's stick to the scope, let's try to keep the scope and the cost estimates that accompany the scope as close as possible. The industry-wide changes that result in cost estimate, changes in the cost of copper, the industry-wide changes in the cost in the specifications for traffic signals, which have to do with the design criteria, are strictly beyond the control of anybody in this room. I think that John can talk a little bit about the general mechanics of a assessment district, but you have to somewhat realize that you're talking different things when you're talking about engineers' reports for assessment districts and engineering plans and specifications from which you can build something. John?
Yeah. Thank you, Brett. First of all, I'd like to thank Kevin for his comments. I think that he brings up some excellent points. And to reiterate what Mr. Britt said, plans and specifications in order to, within an engineer's report to meet a Prop 218 requirement are not of the level of detail that we would routinely think with an engineering document. We would respectfully submit to you that the engineer's report before you does indeed satisfy the requirements of Prop 218, which would allow you to consider the resolution before you today. And again, I think that Mr. Britt wanted to be proactive and tell you what he sees coming down the line in terms of costs. But ultimately, before we modify the report at some point, if we need to in the future, we should open those bids later this year. Thank you.
Thank you. You have questions?
Sort of comments,
Okay.
less than questions, right? I'd like to make these comments as we're going forward on this item now that we're done with the staff report and the comment from the public. First thing I'd just like to say is this is really good work by staff to, in this report, alert us that there's a potentially significant cost increase coming. I have to tell you that when I got here, I don't believe 6 years ago that was happening as much as it should have happened here. And so I just want to compliment you, Butch. You didn't have to put that in there. You knew it would make this issue, but you're doing a good job of alerting us to something that's coming up. Second thing that I would just point out is just want to remind everybody that our board resolution, that when we adopted this, our board resolution was to make it clear that the Transportation Department was going to be the decision makers on modifications, how the signals were going to operate, modifications, that we wanted those decisions to be made in the best interest of the public overall, not have the community making those decisions. That was part of the resolution. So I just want to make, just for everybody's history, I want to get that out there. At the same time, I would say, if we do this again, I would definitely not put a resolution together like this, but we've done it. And it is what it is. I can see a million complications coming out of collecting tax dollars from people for a couple of years and then saying, no, we're not going to do it, and all that other stuff. So we've done it this way, and we've learned something so that in the future we don't do it this way again, and there must be some ways that could be done. I think that's where we are, and I think Supervisor Parks makes a good point. Quite frankly, we were just getting ready to turn $3 million back over, and her pretty proactive actions got county council to review that, and that would be $3 million literally that we wouldn't have. That doesn't mean that there aren't other needs and everything else, but we are where we are at this point in time, and so what I hope is that staff, with their great ingenuity and creativity and all of that stuff, could find some way to bid this project so that we get what we're supposed to get. And things shot way up, and maybe that was a temporary hit. It's enormous, and but with China buying up so many resources and stuff, I know it's causing a problem. So I'm not trying to be completely facetious, but I'm really not hopeful that there's going to be something. But we've got a problem. Staff's done a good job of alerting us to a problem. We got another problem, and then that's the way the resolution was written. So we are at this point where we are. So certainly,
we have another comment.
Certainly be supporting staff's recommendation here.
Thank you.
Supervisor Parks.
I just want to make sure that Supervisor Parks and the rest know I wasn't saying we don't do what we're doing. All I was saying was this issue of this big cost overrun is where we're going to get that money and how we're doing it. That's my main thing. We've already made the commitment to the residents and to do that. It's just, do we have to do it now? Is there a way to delay it? Do we have to find some money? Or because we are going to have an effect on an awful lot with Mr. Britt's road fund or wherever it's going to come from, with something else could be done. So, and I agree with you that we probably have to maybe not have words saying we'll pay any extra cost no matter where it's going to be, as we've learned. But anyway, I just want to make sure people didn't understand that I was not trying to say no. It's just where we're going to pay for this. This money's going to come from.
And I could point out that if we wait, signals might be 600% higher. Who knows? You know what I mean? So you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, almost, right?
With that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. This is on item 39. I'll go ahead and make the motion we adopt the engineer's report.
Second.
Motion is second. Any objection? Seeing none. Thank you for being here, Mr. Bliss and Mr. Britt.
Your motion was adopted. Your motion was to do the recommended actions here, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's a ton of recommended
That's right.
actions.
That's it. Mm-hmm. And now I know we have a couple more people waiting, and I want to go through and help them out. So 45, Area Agency on Aging has been waiting here. They were the first item on the regular agenda. And they're finally getting here at 12:30.
Thank you for that. Good morning. I guess good afternoon now.
There you go.
Madam Chair, members of the board. I come before you asking you to hold a public hearing regarding our fiscal year 2007-8 contracts, and at the conclusion of that, approving them.
Great. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Do I have any cards on this item? I have none.
Move the item.
Let's close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that passes. Great work. Good report. Thanks for sticking around. Okay, then we have two last items before we'll go take our lunch break, and that is items for the harbor, items 46 and 47. 46 is a contract with Wallace, Roberts, and Todd, and Ms. Krieger.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. With your indulgence, I would ask you to consider taking item 47 first, because I believe that has a number of speakers. 47 before 46. Are they about equal?
I have 5 cards on 46, 47, and 3 on 47. So if we can just stay in order, unless
Okay,
there's another
that's fine.
reason, I think everyone's
No
going to
problem.
want to participate in both.
All right. Okay, good morning again. On item number 46, this is the contract with Wallace, Roberts, and Todd. I'll try and be relatively brief, but I'd like to answer a few questions. This is a long-planned, long-discussed project. Thus far in this whole process of renovations at the harbor, the county has processed only a few projects through the Coastal Commission, such as Channel Islands Harbor Marina and a few notices of impending development. And the county has completed and submitted the waterside amendment, which is going to be scheduled, I believe, for hearing this fall. And we are now ready, with the board's direction in March, to begin the comprehensive landside amendment that's long been anticipated by the public for the Public Works Plan. The contract in front of you has several components. I know it's large and very complex, with 4 various companies that are team members. It includes a public outreach program that would begin this summer. It includes, at a minimum, 2 public workshops, 2 workshops at Harbor Commission meetings, which are also public workshops, 2 Board of Supervisors meetings where there will also be workshops. It includes a landscaping and park space, complete reanalysis and design, we hope, of some expanded park space, a lighting program over the entire 320 acres of the harbor, signage program, parking plan, and last but not least, the engineering feat of doing a drainage and runoff plan to meet all of the requirements of stormwater runoff these days. And what we're really hoping is to develop some bioswales in some of the parking lots to take some of the runoff, so that we don't have to go to this massive filtration system and be dumping runoff into the harbor anymore. So these are all pieces of this whole process. The effort will be coordinated with the writing of the Public Works Plan itself, which is a separate project. And we will be returning to the board for study sessions at least 2 times. The first is scheduled, I believe, with Roberta for October 2nd, 2007. The second is scheduled for December or January of 2008. In each case, in the first case, we will only have spent the first phase of working money at that point, and we'll be able to stop with the board, talk about general concepts, get your input and direction on that before we move on, if we move on to the next phase, seeing how it goes. That gives you full control and input in this process, and also ensures that the public will see where the board is as opposed to where individual members of the public are. To get to this point, an RFQ was mailed to 30 firms. It was posted on our department website. Notices went out to the American Planning Association membership, and it was also posted on their website. The top 6 responders, we had a number of responders to this particular RFQ, were interviewed by a panel. And the top 2 were asked for more information and price estimates, which were relatively close. In this case, there are 4 companies that are team members. During this same period, I just want to clarify, the two lessees with major projects, one is Fisherman's Wharf, the other Casa Serena, will be doing their own public outreach on their specific projects. We will coordinate together with them and feed the resulting information then into the writing of the Public Works Plan. We did it this way, first of all, to make it clear the lessees are responsible for their own outreach with some understanding. We hope that that was what the board preferred, and also said that the county is not out front being the sponsors of these other major projects and somehow giving the impression that the county is in favor of any particular design at this point. It leaves the lessees in charge of that particular piece of it. There was also a question that came up about coordination related to the birds. As you know, at this point there are 3 different biologist firms wandering around the harbor and making recommendations, doing surveys, and tracking the nesting season. All that information will also be fed into this process, particularly as it comes to park planning, street tree planning, and so forth. So it will be, this will be a pretty major job, but I think ultimately what it was that was asked for, and I would ask for your support. Unless there are questions.
I have a few questions I can go ahead and ask now, and we also have speaker cards. I did, when I first read this, because that all in that one paragraph, we have the Harbor Department coordinating the 2 lessees, and the lessees doing an outreach to the public, focusing on their projects, height, size, public amenities, and then we're putting that all together and then doing this contract, which, from my understanding, this all began with, let's look at the public side amenities, landside public amenities, and that's basically walkways and signs and lighting and the parks and parking lots. So I was rather surprised to see that just that effort is going to have a remarkable amount of outreach, a couple of times going to the Harbor Commission, the Planning Commission, the board, the harbor businesses, the walk group, a really incredible outreach for those limited items. And then doing a public works plan amendment, this to me went from let's have a nice, outreach for these public amenities to $500,000, $250,000 of which is going to be in the public works plan amendment. And then as I look more closely, even those walkways, a lot of them are already spoken for, if you will. They're already out there for the most part. We've got new marinas that are renovating, and they're including the walkways. So it just seems to me our role keeps getting limited less and less, and it seems very costly to me. I like the idea of going out, reaching out to the public, getting their input on the signs, the lights, and the walkways. And I would hope that the public will be incredibly involved in the lessees' projects, particularly Fisherman's Wharf. But as this stands, I like the outreach, most willing to go there. But I'm just not convinced on the second part, which is now let's go do a public works plan amendment on this when we've got the lessees doing major public works plans amendments that may be able to fold this into it when they bring theirs forward. So can you tell me a little bit about the phasing of this and how you see, are we being asked to fund the whole enchilada right now?
We are being asked to do we are asking you to do the entire contract. Mm-hmm. It is separated in the contract into phases. There is a 30-day cancellation clause if the board decides this is moving in a direction that you don't believe is beneficial.
Okay.
The lessees are doing their own outreach. This particular outreach program is focused on the public amenities. It does, however, go all the way through the preparation of plans, because ultimately we are going to have to prepare detailed plans, both to get Coastal Commission approval and to get the building permits that the lessees will be paying for and doing. For example, on Fisherman's Wharf, which we do next, Challenge Harbor Marina, which you mentioned, Marine Emporium Landing, which has been before this board, Channel Islands Landing. Those lessees will have accepted in their leases that they will be required to bring their promenades and walkways up to whatever standard is reached through this public input. So what the county is bearing is the design cost. The lessees will be bearing the construction costs and ultimately getting the permits and putting this into place, the lighting and so forth, so that we are really in a way making the county's contribution to the public amenities in exchange for the extensive private development. I know the CEO, and I've checked those numbers too, we go back and forth, have talked about $200 million in private investment in the harbor. So this is really the county's piece of getting that done. This will all be, my concern at this point is getting out front on some of those public amenities and starting to get some public input, because I fear that once Fisherman's Wharf and the hotel start their more detailed project reviews in public, we will be out of the picture and people will have lost interest in some of our piece of it, and we will sort of be overshadowed by these larger development projects that are coming through. Ultimately, they will all feed together, and it will be part of a single Public Works Plan amendment that contains all of these pieces. The parks, the walkways, Fisherman's Wharf, Casa Serena. It will all be blended into one amendment by sometime next spring.
Okay. Thank you. And I do support the outreach and learning about the amenities. It's the other half of the part that I'm not in support of. Did you want to ask a question?
I think I
thank
have
you.
my light on.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your light.
But thank you. I just
think
real quickly.
Madam
Okay,
Chair,
Supervisor Bennett.
Point of order.
Supervisor Flynn's light was
Sure.
on before yours, and I didn't see it, and I
Thank you.
apologize. So please go ahead. Go first,
okay.
Supervisor Flynn.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me ask, there will be an EIR required for this amendment when it goes to the Coastal Commission?
Well, we haven't gotten final reading yet from Coastal Commission staff, but there will certainly be extensive environmental data and review required. How that all gets put together, it will be the equivalent of an EIR, I'm sure, by that point.
Now, will any of this work that will be done, will it contribute information if there is an EIR required?
Yes.
Will it contribute information for that EIR? In
Yes,
other words,
it will.
Will it reduce the cost? By spending this money, it will pay for some of the EIR, if not a great deal of the EIR, through the information that's gathered.
It will provide the data. The EIR or EIR equivalent, I believe, will, just as the writing of the Public Works Plan itself, be largely funded by the lessees. But there will be some data coming out of this to support it. Yes, you're correct about that.
So to me, that's important to, I'd almost like to know how much of the $481,000 will contribute to the EIR. So, a piece of information like that would be
I'm not sure I can tease it out that delicately.
Let me just ask, my questions are kind of roaming questions, but looking at the contractors, I know Penfield and Smith. I know where they're from. The others, can you tell me where their location?
Yes, WRT, Wallace Robertson Todd, is based in San Diego, I believe. They have done a lot of work, though, up and down the coast, all the way up and down the coast. And they have done a lot of work with the Coastal Commission, which is one of the things that was advantageous for them. Penfield and Smith, as you said, is a local company, and I believe the other two are Los Angeles based. I can't swear to that. Do you remember, Susie? Los Angeles based, okay.
And they all went through a review. There
That's
were
correct.
30 groups to review, and these came out on top through
That's correct.
through a rating scale.
That's correct.
You did seem to emphasize that, and then you corrected it, I think, or changed it, that this will be all one contract. And when you first made the presentation, some of your first words, I felt that we will do task one and then we'll decide whether or not we go ahead to task two.
Right.
But the whole contract is in front of us.
We're asking you to approve the whole contract so that it would be a matter of stopping work rather than having to stop and start work. Each time it helps the firms with their planning to know what kind of staff demand to anticipate, and then we don't want to have to stop and then wait while they get the staff together again. We would rather be in a position to give them a notice to stop work.
And I understand the reasoning behind that, but is the contract written in a way that, let's say this board looks at task one and simply says, hey, I don't like what we've done so far. Right. Are there words in the contract that allow us through lots of safeguards for the county taxpayer to get out of the rest of the contract.
There is a termination clause.
But termination points sometimes, you face a lawsuit. So we cancel the contract and we got a big lawsuit on our hands. Is there enough safeguard language for the taxpayer here?
I believe so.
Okay, that's the answer I need.
It's a 10-day written notice of termination.
I know, but the county council said
Right.
there's enough safeguards for the taxpayer. That's my concern. In other words, I don't want a huge lawsuit. We say, hey, I don't like task 1, you did a lousy job. I don't want to go to task 2 or task 3. Let's forget about it. He's saying that we can do that. Okay. When we talk about signs, signage was a big controversy years ago. The great big huge monuments. One guy got so mad he moved out of the area. Who's going to pay for the signs?
The signs will be on individual leaseholds by and large and will be put up by the lessees. There are likely to be some public signs, water taxi locations, park designation signs. Those would be paid for by the harbor ultimately. But yeah, we know signage is still the biggest complaint we get, the most frequent complaint in the harbor, and that's why the signage component of this is bigger than probably any of us expected.
The signage has to follow certain principles of taste. And the harbor up to this point, if you look at the peninsula, while it may not look good today, it looked good when it was first built. A lot of taste went into it. It was attractive. There were flowers. It looked good. And it didn't have a whole bunch of signs like you see on the freeways today, making the harbor look ugly. So we're going to have to be sensitive about the signs, right?
Correct.
Right. How about the lighting? Do we have any common area lighting that the harbor will pay for?
It depends on what the lighting plan is. There's likely to be some public lighting, for example, at the launch ramp, at our office, the sidewalk around our office. So there will be some public space.
And the lessees are responsible for the outreach?
Now, the outreach for the public amenities, the county is doing. The outreach for their own projects, they're doing.
Okay, and are there certain guidelines they will follow?
On their own outreach, no, because it was too, well, that's not
I would
in
ask
this
that we
particular-
wait till we get to that item and just do the WRT contract now.
Okay.
That's not in this contract.
Okay. Well, we are looking at item, 46?
Right.
We are looking at a contract, aren't we not?
The contract is for what the public is going to do. When you asked what the lessees are going to do in their outreach, that it would be in their leases, which we have coming forward next.
Well, I understand that, but all of this is connected. We need to connect things, and what we're doing, what you're suggesting is we disconnect. I want to connect so I know what's going on. Who takes the lead role with these contractors? You've got them listed on page 7, Exhibit A. Is there a lead contractor?
Yes, WRT is the prime contractor. Everyone else subcontracts to them.
Okay.
And the lead person in my office is Marilyn Miller for this project.
And let me just ask you a question so you can give the answer so we have a matter of record. This report, once we finish the last task, what will be done with this report?
The products from this report will be included as part of the Public Works Plan amendment and will be submitted to the board for action and submission to the Coastal Commission.
Do we have any idea of what cost it will be to the harbor itself? Not to the lessees, to the harbor.
To construct? Not at this point.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett, then Supervisor Long.
Let Supervisor Long go, and I'll finish this.
That's great. Supervisor Long.
We're only an hour behind lunchtime.
I appreciate walking through what this actually is doing for us, and it really was at the board's direction from prior study sessions that we said this is an important piece to be done first so that the public can engage in what is the real public components or common areas of the harbor. And we said we want this to have a promenade. We want to have the public access. We want to have appropriate and agreed upon signage and maybe even theme signage. And we want to have all of the public concerns addressed with the common areas that are to be a very important piece and priority for the harbor. And that's what this does. This then assigns a lead firm and their subcontractors to work with the public, hold the public workshops, work with this board, hold workshops, and make sure that we're, at the end of the day, we have a document that is applicable to the lessees and applicable to our overall public works plan. Correct?
Correct.
That was my question.
Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. If I could, for the board's reference, I'm the one that asked for this item be delayed when it came to us about 6 weeks ago, because I wanted to examine the cost associated with this project. And I just want to offer, before we have our speakers, sort of this is where my assessment is at this point in time, in case the speakers have some other thoughts that they want to enlighten us on this, but that if you talk about $200 million worth of investment coming into the harbor, us spending $500,000 for all of the connecting pieces, essentially that's what we're doing, probably that has some sense of appropriateness to it. One. Number two, when you think about trying to estimate cost of these contracts, and when you think about how complicating things have become in terms of trying to do anything in the harbor, in terms of it being challenged, in terms of people at the public comments and all of that other stuff. I am at the point where I'm have reached a satisfaction level that these are appropriate amounts in terms of the work that has to get done in terms of this moving forward. So if anybody wants to disabuse us of that, I'd be happy to hear some more, but that's where I am after 6 weeks. I appreciate having that time to be able to get a lot more, and I know that staff has also built some additional things in, checked out the cost proposals and built some additional things in so that we can monitor this, for example, being able to say we're not happy with where this is going and be able to cancel and that stuff. So I think there's a fair number of safeguards for the taxpayers in there also. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All the cards I have for item 46, which we are on now, are also ones who want to speak to 47. So if you would like to still speak, we have the representative from Greystar Marine Emporium, Channel Islands Harbor Vintage, and Ventura County Residents for Channel Island Harbor Improvements. First speaker, Weston Whitman, Greystar, then Jane Simones with Marine Emporium. And then I'll hold your card so you can speak to 47 also.
Thanks. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Wes Whitman. I represent Greystar Real Estate Partners. We view this as again a critical component to the investment that we're making in the harbor. What we would hate to see is a patchwork of various leaseholders, landscaping plans and promenade plans, and we really while we give up some control, in terms of what our promenade looks like, we really have confidence in the harbor directors and the process that they've gone through, and we trust that that's going to be the right answer for the greater good of tying in all the various projects. So I just want to voice our opinion there, and also would like to thank you from our company and our ownership for all your support at the Hampton Inn. As a side note, we actually sold it out last weekend, and so we're real excited about that. I think our investment in that became about double what our minimum investment required would have been, or even more than that. But we believe that was the right decision to make to put the right product there for the market. It looks like it's paying off, so we appreciate all your support and are glad to see that that's performing well. So
Thank you very much. Delighted to hear that too, and we'll save your card for the next item. Jane Simons with the Marine Emporium Landing.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm here to say thank you. We've had a very grueling 20 months, and with your support and with the support of the Harbor Department and the citizens, we're making progress. And I'd like to say that we're kind of the front line when it comes to people that want to get to use the harbor. We've got families with strollers. We have, senior citizens walking their dogs. We have so many people day in and day out with our construction site that are saying, when are we going to have our promenade? When are we going to have these amenities? When are we going to have benches? And so I would just ask for your continued support. The timeline is now. It's exciting. We've got some momentum. We've got some fabulous positive input. And I could just strongly urge you to continue because it's really well received. People are so excited, and we want to do it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Ron Rowan. Okay, then you're up next, Ms. Bam. Penny?
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I'm here representing the Channel Islands Harbor Lessee Association. The majority of the lessees are here today, but for those who are not, they wanted me to share with you their strong support, ongoing support, and thanks to all of you. And let's just keep this moving, and we hope to have a positive, affirmative vote from all of you today on this item. And I'll be back for 47. And we put both items on one card to save paper.
Thank you. Good.
Madam Chair, if I could, while Ms. Beam's here, just for the benefit of the board, I want to point out that Penny's husband was city attorney of the city of Ventura and just retired from the city attorney this past weekend. They had his going away party, but he's done great service for the city of Ventura for the last 12 years, I believe, right? Mm-hmm. Since he's been there. So enjoy his retirement. Right.
Thank you. He's home washing dishes. I just called him.
And the last speaker on this is Randy Short.
I'm not sure I can follow that one.
You don't want to retire.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, thank you, Supervisor Bennett, for your comments. I think they were excellent comments on this. If I might, I'd just touch on one of the great assets of this harbor is the water quality. I mean, if you, the last week or so, you can see the entire bottom of the harbor. I mean, this is a very unusual thing to see in any harbor in Southern California. Certainly most harbors, that's not the case. And this will help ensure that the water quality remains top-notch, because I think we've seen some action by the city building department that has been lacking guidance and lacking this kind of a study. They've moved in some directions on their own. This provides the guidance that everyone needs and the foundation that is needed. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Long.
I just wanted to, since Mr. Whitman noted that on the Hampton, I was down recently to the Peninsula area, and just what a fantastic building it looks, and all the work that's been down there and upgrading and painting, it just looks marvelous. And the Hampton Inn, I can't wait to see the inside of it, and good news to hear it's full. Yeah, and good work, and I know that's the first of many investments. And Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion to approve the recommended action.
Motion in 3 seconds. I'm going to oppose it because I want it separated from the Public Works Plan amendment. I feel like we can I want to do the outreach right away and all that, but I think when they come back, what we get can actually be folded into the lessees and they can put it in with their Public Works Plan amendments. I'm concerned about the amount of money for that item. So that passes on a 4-1. And we'll go right now on to item 47, so we can have this one is on Fisherman's Wharf and the Lace.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston, Lynn Krieger, here on behalf of the Harbor Department and anyone who practices any kind of real estate work in the coastal zone. does the extreme in deferred gratification, I think, and the Hampton Inn is one example of that. It just takes forever to get here. So we're here today with another example of deferred gratification, and that is the Fisherman's Wharf lease, which all of you know we've been working on some time. The county assumed control in January of 2004. Requests for qualifications were published in mid-August of 2004. There were 6 very eager respondents, some of whom are still in touch with the harbor, hoping that this is not approved today. These were all interviewed by a panel and narrowed down from the 6 to 2 who have been communicating with us off and on over the past few years. There are 2 leases attached to the board letter today. One is the original lease, which has a maximum of 5 years. We're obviously hoping for far less. That is the entitlement period, environmental study period for this leasehold. Also attached is the amended and restated lease, which is the same format that your board has now adopted some 27 or 28 times on other leaseholds, with very little change except for those things that are specific to Fisherman's Wharf. This lease, the amended and restated lease, would extend anywhere from 50 to 65 years, depending on the size of the project and the level of investment of the lessee. I should say that the proposed lessee, Mr. Ed Zucker of EMC Development, is here and available to answer any questions that you might have. There is some potential, as you know, for expansion of the leasehold that is also going to require additional work on the part of both the lessee and the county. The rent to the county during this original lease is minimal. I think all of you saw in the paper some of the comments on that. It's on that very difficult line now, just as when we've been managing it. If you know a leasehold is probably going to come down, you need to spend enough to keep it functional, but you don't want to spend so much that you're just burning your money out in the parking lot. And that will be a hard line for him to walk. The interim rent is $50,000 plus 50% of anything over $100,000 in net income, which is actually not much different than what we're getting operating it ourselves. For $20 million minimum expenditure, and I think you will find, just like Mr. Whitman just said, their expenditures are probably at least 50% more. Is that fair? More than that, than the required minimum. With Channel Islands Harbor Marina, it's almost 300% of the required minimum. That would result in a 65-year extension. Total redevelopment on the existing site, which would mean something far different than is there, but the same acreage, is also 65 years. And then a renovation, and I mean a renovation like the Hampton Inn renovation, where it's something like $200 a foot, which is essentially a new building, is 50 years. It's a reduced lease term. That's $7 million minimum. That's correct. There are findings on CEQA in your board letter that you would be adopting, that this is exempt as a lease. This is not approval of a project, which I'll get to in just a minute. This has the standard rents in it, 10.5% on apartments, but I do want to point out that we've been working for some years to try and figure out how to do this, and Mr. Zucker's been willing to work with us to try and find a way. There is a new percentage rent on retail that does not include restaurants, which is 16% of everything he gets, rather than doing 3% or 5% of the gross of his subtenant. I am very excited about that because it eliminates our need to be tracking all of these small subtenants, trying to do audits of small subtenants who disappear and have their receipts in shoeboxes in any case and are very difficult to audit. We can get to Mr. Zucker's books. We can. He has regular accounting methodologies. It will be far easier for the county now to track, and it gives him the responsibility to track his tenants. There is a remaining issue on the security deposit. Depending what the ultimate build-out is, we may be returning to the board with requests on that. There are 2 things that we've received comments on, either through the paper, by phone, or by email. The first is on the length of term for all of the options, but primarily for the last option. And I call it the last option because it's the least desired on anybody's part. That's the complete renovation of existing buildings. We put that in there during the negotiations as a stopgap should your board or the Coastal Commission find it impossible to approve anything beyond what's already there. It provides some protection to the county and the lessee that we're not going to end up with just these same old termite-ridden buildings forever, that there is an alternative that the lessee can pursue. I would only say for that 50-year option, we have checked widely. That is standard in the industry. These are conservative minimums, as I just said. And using the formula that we've been applying to other leaseholds, investing a certain number of dollars, so anywhere between $10,500 to $12,000 per month of term, this 50-year term meets all of those requirements. This is very similar to other leases you've entered, such as Marine Emporium represented here today, which got a unanimous vote from this board to support a similar 50-year total term.
It was 50 years and how much money?
50 years and about $9 million. Now, the difference here is that this is the last option, as I said, and the least desirable. The lessee will have spent between $1 and $2 million easily by that point on entitlements for their preferred project. And they did want some recognition for that fact, at least partial credit toward the lease for all the expenditures they've made trying to pursue a better project for the county. I might point out that we generally do this because of what the banks require. They generally want at least 20 years beyond the term of the loan. It would not be uncommon for this kind of loan to have a 30-year amortization period, so this is the 20 years beyond the term. The second area that comments have been received are on the absence of design for a project. This leasehold will be processed with what we just talked about, the comprehensive landside amendment to the Public Works Plan, which is really just starting now. So to have a project designed before now would have been premature in any case. This is a major project, and your board has expressed some interest in having public input on this project and not doing a pre-approval before that public input can happen. As you know, the lessee has done some preliminary project looks just to see what's the maximum size. Can he do this and make money? I mean, it would be imprudent to do anything else, but is not asking for any of those guarantees today. He's just stepping in and asking for the right to spend money to go out to the public and find out what kind of project can be tolerated here in terms of traffic, aesthetics, height, uses, all of those things, and then that will come back and forth to your board as part of this input process. With that, I know you're running very late. We're all hungry. I'll stop unless there are questions.
I'm not hungry. The only thing I have questions on is the last option. You know, the option that you say $7 million and the 50 years, similar to the industry and what we've done.
Right.
Is there anything written in there to assure that X amount of money has been spent on going the other way? In other words, it would just feel better to know that. I mean, I can appreciate that they're going to spend between $1 and $2 million trying the other options before they go to that. Is that required? Is there something in there that would give us that assurance that somebody wouldn't just take this, not make a good faith effort, with the approval process, and then just do this? That's one question, and I'll ask you another question. You can do it both. And then if they did, and again, this is the last option for all of us. The applicant's not here because they want to do $7 million and stay with the existing project. But from
That's
a coastal,
true, right,
coastal permit standpoint, that if they got stuck there. But over what period of time would the $7 million have to be spent? How early in the lease would that $7 million have to be spent? Can you tell us about that?
Okay, I may, if you don't mind, I may go backwards
Sure.
with your questions. The way this works is similar to the other leases we've done recently, and I understand this formula is now being adopted some other places, so that's kind of good news. That all the lessee has guaranteed right now is the maximum of the 5 years, if they are diligently pursuing their entitlements during that time. Until they have plans approved, a budget approved by the county, financing in place, permits in place, and the financing, of course, is going to tell you what they're spending in total. There's no extension that triggers at all. So all of it has to be committed before there's any extension whatsoever. And you will know what's been spent on those upfront years. And I guess that answers the first question sort of backwards, yeah.
Okay, and Supervisor Bennett discussed the concern I have in this, in that for 50 years we would be handing over Fisherman's Wharf for $7 million. And what we would get out of it is not what I'm hearing from the board that they want, which is we want something more than just the buildings that are there now maintained for 50 years. So that part concerns me. The other two parts, obviously the expanded plan and the second 75% increase over what's there now in terms of replacement. Those two things I think are more in line with what the board's looking at, but I'm fearful of the idea that for 50 years we would get no change if we enter into this lease today.
Yeah, I just want to
There
remind you
is that potential that it wouldn't change.
This is just like the
Alfred,
Hampton Inn. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Could I offer that? You're right. That's not what we want. That's also not what I think. That only happens if you just run into one roadblock after another at the Coastal Commission, and everybody says no, and the applicant is stuck. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Right, and it still troubles me because obviously right now it's not even allowed to go to residential, for example. It's a commercial use only. So I mean, we've got a hurdle.
Right.
And I'm concerned that and then it's up to the developer to determine what kind of use he wants at this site. We're not giving any requirements. It doesn't have to have residential,
Correct.
So they're going to package something. If that thing that they package doesn't fly, they can come back and try something less, the 75%. But the idea that the end result could be that we are leaving that option open. It could be we have what we have for the next 50 years, and that concerns me. So
Yeah, just as a point of clarification, $7 million into this building, which I think probably would not be $7 million, but even if it were $7 million, essentially does what the Hampton Inn has done with the old Casa Serena Annex building. In other words, it's an entire rebuild. It's not just paint and shingles on those existing buildings. It would be down to the studs. So if that gives you any comfort, I don't like that idea either, but I do understand that the developer at some point, if litigation went on forever, needs a stop point where he can back off and say,
and I
I'll
could
do something
even
else.
accept it if it were, say, less amount of years, but maybe 20 or 30 years, but going for 50 years, we are tying the hands of boards long after we're out of here to have that Fisherman's Wharf is essentially what it is.
But they do have to go beyond for their bank financing. They have to have. You can't get bank financing for 20 or 30 years.
No.
Okay.
50 years. May I ask, are you
Yes.
finished?
I'm finished. I was just about to go to cards.
Well, I do have my light on.
Okay, then speak.
Maybe my light is hard to see. I don't know.
I thought you had already spoken.
See, 50 years, I'll be 136 years old. What revenue do we take in now from Fisherman's Wharf per year?
What revenue? We take the direct sublease. Susie or Dennis, do you remember the total for that? The gross is approximately $300,000, but I know with the expenses that we have against it, it comes down to under $100,000 in net income.
I just have a bunch of questions I need to ask. How did you arrive at 50,000 a year? And is there any, in addition to that 50,000 a year, that's rent, right?
Correct.
That the lessee would pay to you, the
Correct.
harbor department.
Right.
Is the lessee putting up any upfront money just to have this opportunity or not?
No, he is not. In part because of the condition of the buildings and the amount of money he's going to have to spend just to keep those operating. And in answer to your question, how did we come to the $50,000? We tried to at least keep the county whole during this period with a net income that we're currently receiving.
Sorry, what was the net income again? Wait.
Pardon me?
We're trying to keep the county
It is
whole in terms of the
50,000.
net income we're currently receiving.
So we're currently
off the
receiving
property.
50,000.
Yeah, or even a little less.
Well, this doesn't take into account inflationary factors and so forth.
Correct.
How many square feet are we dealing with here?
I believe it's around 40,000. Is that
40,000 square
pretty
feet.
close? Mm-hmm.
And
some of that is not usable, but it is 40,000 total.
so the lessee, this is 50,000 a year, not 50,000 a month.
Correct.
50,000 a year. The lessee is paying what per square foot?
Per square foot?
I know
Per
he's
year?
going to do all the improvements,
$1
right,
and a
Mr.
quarter.
Lessee? You're going to do
Right.
all these improvements, but what are you paying per square foot?
$1.25.
Pardon me?
$1.25 per year.
Per square foot?
Correct. something like that. Right, until the revenue comes up, and then it's whatever the revenue
I
is.
think you'd have to do the math again. I think that's quite a bit high, but we'll have to do the math on that. On the, if we recall the restaurant on the peninsula side, the Golden Dolphin, that went into bankruptcy for years and years and years.
Right.
What kind of protection does the county have, Mr. County Counsel, in the event that the potential lessee dies, divorces, whatever happens to him? I pray to God that won't happen. But if it does happen, he goes into bankruptcy. What kind of protection do we have?
Well, in bankruptcy, the county has the same kind of protection that any lessor has in bankruptcy. You have the right to go to bankruptcy court and move for relief from default by the debtor based upon the circumstances that prevail at that time. If the debtor is failing to pay the rent or is paying a reduced rent, then we have to prove to the court that we should have relief. With respect to death, my understanding is that this is a lease with a continuing entity, not with an individual, and so it would depend upon who succeeded to the interests of that individual in that continuing entity.
Okay, so we'd have the protections that normally are provided under any bankruptcy.
Correct.
And so there are no additional protections we can have in the lease itself.
That's right. Federal law prohibits that.
Okay. Is this a company or is this one individual? What is it?
It will be a limited liability corporation, which is pretty common now for a lessee. But it is a single owner, I believe. Is that correct? Yes.
So what we're saying to the potential lessee, we're saying we have all these buildings down here. We'd like you to fix them all up, repaint them, in some cases replace wood that's termite ridden and so forth. Get them in shape, good shape, to lease. Right?
What it says is protect, let's see, I've got the language right here in the, provides that the lessee preserve, maintain, and manage the existing fisherman's wharf. We are not projecting a great deal of investment. For example, in the restaurant spaces, a restaurant is not going to come in and invest for less than 10 years of term. Since he's planning, and the county would be hoping that those buildings would be gone well before 10 years, there's not much point in doing leasing to restaurant tenants right now, unless they can use a space as is. There are a couple of restaurants there that, do fine. The barbecue place and the fish house. So there will be limited investment, particularly in the areas that are rentable, and that's it.
And that's it?
For right now, for this initial period.
So
right.
When you say initial period, you're talking about 5 years?
Hopefully less, hopefully 2. So anywhere from 2 to 5.
5 years. And the potential lessee is not paying anything for this opportunity.
He's paying 50% of his income, essentially.
Yeah, but no upfront money. No.
Correct.
County, I'd like this opportunity. It's a beautiful area. The land is worth a lot of money.
Right.
I'm going to give you $3 million just to have the opportunity. We don't have that.
No.
In what way is this a good business decision for the county harbor department?
It's a good, for the county as a whole.
Just the county harbor department, because you're an enterprise fund, so
right.
That's it.
We have an experienced lessee who has the resources necessary to come in and spend the $1 million or $2 million that we talked about on the chance that he will be able to develop a project that will generate substantial net income to him and to us. That's the advantage, as opposed to having a rundown, old facility that needs replacement.
Because when I took the issues to the district attorney said, "Well, John, I don't think these are sweetheart deals. These are just bad business deals." And what you're saying, this is a good business deal. for the county, for the reasons that you gave.
I don't think we have any bad business deals right now. I'd be curious to hear.
Well,
what
we're only
that-
talking about this. We're not
Right.
talking about what Hampton Inn did, and I congratulate you, but you put extra money in and so forth. We're talking about a lease. Unless something is in the lease, it's not going to happen. Okay, it's got to be in the lease. We already proved that with the restroom. Remember, you said the restroom was rebuilt, and it wasn't, and it was simply not in the lease. It was in a letter that you wrote. So this is why I'm asking these questions. If the lessee, potential lessee, is able to produce all the permits, the entitlements, and so forth, then that lessee will have 65 years?
If it's for the larger project, correct.
Let me ask this question. What is there, if anything, or maybe of county council, is there anything that can be put into this lease that would force the lessee to build out the whole project and not simply get all the permits and everything and then sell the project? Sell what he has created.
I believe there is a limit on transfer in the lease, if that's what your question is.
But if the lessee gets the permits, the entitlements, the approval by the county for 65 years, what is there to prevent the lessee, potential lessee, from simply saying, hey, I got an opportunity here, I'll just simply sell all this?
Well, as I said, I believe, and we'll have to look at the lease and find that provision, but there are limits in the lease on the tenant's right to sell the lease, and the county has to agree to the sale. If you'll give me a few moments, I'll find that provision in the lease.
It's just a question.
Article-
Those are all the
Article
questions
12.
I have right at this point,
Article
Madam Chair,
12
but I
of the
might have
original lease.
more later.
That concludes the questions of Supervisor Flynn. I have cards. Shall I go to them? Yes, let's go to them. We have the developer, if he'd like to come forward, Edward Zucker, followed by Sam Eshian.
Good afternoon. We very much look forward to working with the county on this opportunity. We think it's an opportunity because it's obviously an underperforming asset, and to the extent that we could provide additional visitor-serving public benefits and enhance the income, and by a new development, that is obviously our goal, and we are going to put our money where our mouth is, and as discussed, invest between $1 and $2 million in the entitlement process, starting with outreach and starting with a project that you as a board will revisit and hopefully approve. And obviously the end result will be higher income for the county, and so we look forward to working with you. And again, thank you for your support.
Thank
If
you.
you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I didn't notice in the lease, and I don't think it's there, is the idea of the public outreach. I think it's really essential that we have a extensive public outreach, because for your benefit, you'll have, if you have more people participating and they get their input and you make adjustments, they won't be opposed. So I'm wondering if there's something that could be incorporated into the lease that would assure that there's going to be that public outreach.
There is a paragraph with a few sentences that addresses our requirement, but it is also our desire. So we intend to be working closely with interested parties and identified groups and an extensive outreach program to make sure that we have complete buy-in by as much of our neighbors and the general public as possible.
Okay, and that is a bit of a controversial discussion when you talk about development at the harbor, particularly with the residents around it, that they want to make sure that they have their input. And I've seen developers really do a great job at bringing them in and making changes, and everyone's benefits from that. So that's something I'd like to see.
After we have the public outreach, we will be coming back to you with the results of those public outreach and with a design concept for your review and approval and you'll certainly have the input to know exactly which groups and what outreach had been done and what design changes or input have been made and what the scope of the project will look like. And perhaps if I can take a detour, let me also answer Mr. Flynn's question about what's to stop the developer from developing or going through the process of entitlements and then selling the project before building it. There is also a clause in the agreement, which I'm sure the county council will identify to you where it's located, but it would require that any profit that would be gained would be shared with the county. So one, there's limitations on permitted use and transfer, which would tie my hands and would certainly require approval from the county in order to transfer. But secondly, it would also require a revenue share, which would mean that if that's not our intent is to build it. But if, for your protection, you would also be profiting from any receipts that would be obtained from that.
Supervisor Bennett?
Could you address the issue that we've raised a little bit up here, which is our concern that things, you don't get to go forward with, new projects and you only rebuild the existing project and $7 million in 50 years and that stuff. What kind of assurances can you offer for us? Is there anything else that's not being pointed out that would give us, greater comfort that that's not a likely scenario?
Well, I believe it's not a likely scenario because I believe our interests are aligned, and I like the fact that we all have the same common goal, which is to redevelop the site to maximize its potential, both in terms of revenue, but also in terms of visitor serving and public amenities, which I think we will have outreach and buy-in and support from the stakeholders in the area. And clearly, the profit potential for me is aligned with the profit potential for you, which is the new development will create the best opportunity to get a return on my investment as well as get a higher return to the county in terms of revenue. So after exhausting all possibilities, we are obviously going to try to maximize the revenue potential and the development potential of the site. And if we hit impediments, seek to overcome those impediments and work diligently to put forward a project that everyone can support, both this board as well as the Coastal Commission as well as the neighbors and stakeholders. And so it would be only a safety net and a backstop that if everything failed, despite hard effort and millions of dollars, that investment shouldn't be lost, but that as a backstop we have the opportunity to rehab or rehabilitate the project. But again, the likelihood is it would be more than the $7 million plus the $1 or $2 million we didn't put in already. So you're talking about $9 million overall. But taking it down to the studs or the bare bones, it would not look anything like what is there today. It would be basically brand new buildings, and it would be a new facility, but clearly not the greatest potential use of the site. So we certainly want to go for what we believe is the highest and best use and the maximum utility of the site, both for the public and for the private benefit. And obviously, that revenue share, because we have an alignment, I think means that we're all pulling for the best interest of both the public and for the private.
Thank you.
So we look forward to a mixed-use type of facility. Thank you.
Supervisor Flynn has a question for you, too.
If I understood Len Krieger correctly, the restaurants, there are 3 restaurants really there that are vacant. The 5 years would not allow you to lease those facilities for restaurants. Is that your understanding?
If a short-term tenant was willing to take over the space in almost an as-is condition with the existing improvements and the existing kitchen facilities, and with the understanding that they will need to be relocated when and if the permits are in hand for the demolition and new construction, you would have to find a restaurateur that would say, okay, we're willing to brand ourselves in this location for a short term with the opportunity perhaps of coming back once the new facility was constructed. So it would be a short-term lease, and that limits those that would be willing to take on that investment. And I wouldn't say that there isn't any possibility, but it limits the scope of who might be willing.
There is a limit there, but what is your understanding of what you have to do to those buildings, the restaurant buildings, to make them, to improve them? What's your understanding of that by the lease? What are you going to do to those?
Well, to be candid, put lipstick on the pig. And so you have a situation where you got
a fan out here.
I mean, the reality is you have obsolete buildings that have deferred maintenance and that have limited utility, and trying to provide for a short-term life while maximizing income for the short term, with the intent that obviously those structures be demolished as part of a larger scope future development, and those tenants that can be saved or are worthwhile to roll into the new project development will be, and those that cannot, will need to have the facility to change.
It could be improved enough to perhaps entice a restaurant person.
Only to a short-term lease. So the limitation is, will a restaurateur accept the opportunity for a short-term window with full knowledge that they would be, be required to relocate during a demolition and new construction?
My calculation on the amount of square foot that you're paying for this is 11 cents a square foot. Is that your calculation?
No, it's not my calculation, but I think it's fair to say that it's the lease is drafted short-term for the 5 years as 50% of whatever the revenue is. So we'll maximize whatever the potential short-term revenue is, and 50% will go to the county with a minimum floor of the $50,000 as a starting basis.
That's even less than what the county's bringing in now. But okay, thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If the board is interested, I could answer Supervisor Flynn's question about sale of the leasehold.
Yes. Sure, Mr. Johnston?
Yeah, Lynn, is that accurate that that would be less than what the county's currently taking in? I thought I heard you to say that it was not less. It was.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Article 12 of the lease covers sale of the leasehold. For those interested, it's on page 43 of the amended and restated lease that it commences. The last sentence of section 12.1 says, "In no event shall lessee deliver a request to transfer or otherwise undertake a transfer until lessee shall have completed construction of the initial improvements and shall be entitled to a completion certificate therefore." Then the article goes on to explain over on page 45, beginning at the bottom, section 12.1.5, that if in the event the county approves a transfer, the lessee will have to pay a transfer fee, and there is a complicated calculation set forth there to determine what the transfer fee is.
Are the initial improvements the renovation $7 million option?
The initial improvements are defined in section 9.1.1, and it's whatever the result is of the effort to gain approval.
Okay, so it would be at least one of those three options.
That's right. That's
a good thing. I have lots of cards. Feel free to say the person in front of me just said what I was going to say, so I don't need to say it. We have Sam Eshyasham. Poor pronunciation, I apologize. Maury Navarro.
Hi. My name is Sam Eshagian. Good morning, good afternoon,
Oh, that's a G.
ladies and gentlemen. I'm representing a group of highly experienced developers in California. Our group have developed and manages a portfolio in excess of $1.8 billion. During the last 27 years, we have developed residential units, mixed use, and neighborhood shopping centers geared towards middle and high-end market. Our current tenants in different projects and shopping centers are Coffee Beans, Cheesecake Factory, California Pizza Kitchen, Rubio's, Cold Stone Creamery, Baja Fresh, Jamba Juice, Supercut, Curves, Kinko's FedEx, and so on. We have reviewed this proposed agreement, and we are confident that we can give a better, favorable agreement for County of Ventura. For example, our group is prepared to give County a substantial upfront deposit of $500,000 and work with general public's input for this project. We're also prepared to immediately extend a substantial sum to renovate existing property utilizing our highly crew experience and architects. Furthermore, during the initial original lease term, we will work closely with Harbor Department to develop a plan to revitalize and develop the subject property, which will include additional spaces as well as approximately 150 residential units and appropriate for the area. We anticipate spending in excess of $30 million for improvement. What I would like to request is that this matter to be put for 30 days and give us a chance to give you a written and fully detailed proposed for the Harbor Department and your review. I thank you in advance for your kind consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Sagan. Did you file an RFQ? Did you put in a proposal?
No, we need.
Okay.
We need
kind of
30
missed
days.
that window?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? I don't believe so. Maury Navarro, followed by, again, Weston Whitman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, again, as the previous speaker said a few minutes ago, I am not here against the harbor. I'm here to ask you to postpone your vote. It's obvious that there's a lot of questions out there. There's a lot of vague, as far as not only on the monies, but it's also on the size and how much are they going to be accessible to, especially the area where the boats are being parked now, towards on Victoria Avenue. Ms. Sparks, obviously you haven't seen the other proposals, especially the one that included a lot of green space, a promenade, and also a component of housing development that at that point would have been high-end development that you could have drawn an in lieu fee similar as we do in the city of Oxnard to use that money to rehab and to build affordable housing, especially for workforce. I'm not just going to the farm worker housing, but to the workforce. I think today your questions have not been answered, and all we're asking you to do is postpone it for a little while, because obviously, as the gentleman before me said, Cold Stone and a lot of these other people, I have talked to the Marmalade Cafe, I have talked to a lot of other people. I just came back from Cabo San Lucas, and I visited Marina del Rey, Huntington Beach, San Francisco, and I've gotten a lot of input from different restaurants that are willing to come in on a short term and rent these spaces. I think that I would like not to kill any issues or anything, but not to take a vote today. Mrs. Long, you did see one of our projects before when we had the restaurant and we had the corner. A lot of thought and a lot of work has gone, and I guarantee you it's been over $300,000. And one of the gentlemen that I was working with, also we worked on an IMAX right before that one. We got shut down on it. I don't think it ever came before you. And everything has been friendly, traffic friendly. The traffic circulation has been worked out where that new project would not impede or interfere with Victoria Avenue. It would have its own circulation within it. Like I say, to make it short, and I'm going to take your time, all I'm asking, and other people that I work with, let the community come in and tell you what they want to see there prior to your vote. And I assure you, I was involved in the revitalization of South Oxnard. South Oxnard now has 3% vacancy rate since we started there. We have retained not only our anchor stores, but invited more anchor stores to come in, starting with Mervyn's and several other places. But out of 72,000 people have a 3% vacancy rate. And I assure you, this is not a redevelopment, this is a revitalization, because the tax structure in a redevelopment is totally different than from a revitalization. And for my background, it goes back to Supervisor Norby in Orange County that I worked in the reform of redevelopment. So the statements in all these places here that this is a redevelopment, it is not redevelopment, because if it was, the increment in the taxes would stay in the project itself. But that's another issue.
Right, and I think we use redevelopment more than just the legal redevelopment agency.
But all we're asking
I'd
is...
like to ask the same question of you that I asked Mr. Asagi, and did you submit a request for
the gentleman that have been associated with, and we were the ugliest one in the bunch.
Okay, thank you.
But can I ask him a question?
Yes, please.
You were talking about maybe there's an opportunity for a restaurant or something, whatever somebody would want, right, to go in there.
There's people that are interested.
Yeah, interested. What would stop the leasee that is looking to lease this whole thing from just contracting with one of those people to put a restaurant in there? I mean, because it sounded like he spoke earlier that if somebody wants to come in and do something, he's willing to let them do that while he's going through his process 5 or 6 or 7 years. I mean, I don't understand why, because somebody else leases it or has it, would that stop a restaurant from coming in to do something?
Well, Mr. Foy, it's unclear, and that's one of the reasons we're asking for a postponement, because it's obviously unclear what's going to happen to those buildings. And until we clarify that, they could just say, well, we're not going to rent them, we're just going to leave them vacant. And actually, that property there, I was a good friend of Mr. Smith, and when MVS was taking care of them, those things were up to shape and par all the time, because Martin Smith did not let anything get in the disrepair that it is today. And I made a lot of money with him. I did work. I was a subcontractor for him, and he was very proficient and very efficient in the way he did business.
So your concern is that you just don't know what's going to happen?
Yes, sir.
Not as much as if this gentleman's going to sit there and put his millions of dollars in here because that's what's going to cost to go through the Coastal Commission.
And actually, the bidding process that was taken.
Pardon?
The bidding process, the way of the selection process of the people applying for the site.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Wes Whitman, followed by Jane Simons, Ron Rowan, who isn't here, if I recall.
Again, representing Graystar. I can't comment on the makeup of the other proposals. That's not my objective here. I just wanted to support the process that has happened so far and support the harbor and their efforts in going through a rigorous selection process and trying to find the right tenant. I just met him a few minutes ago, so seems like a good person. But I'm more representing the process that we support and the absolute support for the redevelopment of this parcel at Fisherman's Wharf. Additionally, to just comment that the idea, just because we've gone through the same thing on the Hampton, the idea of doing the renovation and not the redevelopment, the interests are completely aligned. We have a clause in ours where if we couldn't get the approvals, that we would have to just go through a renovation of the existing structure. And I can just tell you from just from our standpoint, never once would we decide to do that if we unless we were forced to. And so I just wanted to speak on behalf of another leaseholder in the harbor here that the interests in these leases are very aligned to maximize the potential value for both parties, both from a financial perspective and otherwise. So,
can I ask you?
Supervisor Foy has a question.
Yes, please.
You've already gone through this and got the approval, and you won the opportunity. But just as somebody that's not involved in the middle of this approval, the process that the Harbor Department went through in their group, it was a good, open process, and people had access to come in and when they needed to come in, and everybody was informed, and when they had the opportunity to bid for these things.
We're going through a similar process on other parcels. There's other parts of the harbor that we're very interested in, and although we're a large leaseholder in the harbor, the dealings that I've had with Lynn, for example, I mean, there's been no playing favorites. Kind of wish that we would, with our interest in the harbor, I wish that she could play fair. Not that we are a favorite, but I wish that she could, that there's reasons we believe that certain parcels should be, we have a real vested interest in, but I can only comment to the processes that we've taken part in, which has been, Wes, we've got to consider all options. We're looking at all the revenue that could come in. We're looking at the different groups and their capabilities, and so I can speak to the processes that I have been involved with. Fisherman's Wharf is not one of them, right. But I have felt that the process has been very, very fair, very open to all parties. Again, can't speak to a process that I haven't been involved in.
I just wanted to have your opinion. That's
okay, great. Thanks.
Supervisor Flynn, do you have a question? I see a light.
Just to add no, that's fine. Just to add a comment, though, we're talking about two different processes here. With Greystar, that was a transfer. That was a transfer from Channel Islands Investment Company to Greystar, so totally different. This Fisherman's Wharf, this particular piece of property, is owned by the county. It's owned outright. The other was not. So it's a totally different arrangement here, a transfer versus a lessee.
If I could, this applicant is referencing the fact that there are other properties that he is going through a similar kind of process for. Thank you.
Jane Simon, would you like to come back? And Penny Bain, and ending with Randy Short.
Oh, good afternoon again. I would like to say that just having been through the Coastal Commission process on two of our projects, we had a 30-year-old marina that needed to be replaced. It was a public hazard. We had a commercial support facility that was approved in the Public Works Plan 20 years ago. We thought they'd be relatively simple projects. We thought they had the community support, the public support, the board support. It's a daunting process. And we just went through it with the harbor director and her staff. And I can say to you, heartfelt, they do an incredible job. The harbor department, the harbor director, is a tireless advocate on behalf of the harbor. And having been through that, having been educated, my father having been here in 1965 when the harbor was built and it being entirely different 40 years ago, I do wholeheartedly support her judgment and her qualification of candidates that come before you. And I think that maybe is something that hasn't really been brought up before. It is an incredibly difficult process. We're very small, and it's been very taxing. And it's exciting when there's been so much deliberation and judgment and review and thought into what type of a developer is going to make that corner work. So I can only strongly urge you to support that. I know a lot of care, attention, reason, ability has gone into that decision. And we are, we're tired, we're worn out, but we're enthused. And all I can tell you is that it's been a very difficult but educational process. I have a lot of confidence in the harbor and where it's going. I'm really proud that my family's a part of it. And I would like to say, too, that the harbor director has developed an incredible relationship with the Coastal Commission. And I got to watch her. I was in the trenches, so to speak, with her, and I was amazed. And I feel that it's my obligation and duty to tell you that she does a fabulous job, and that she has some of the newer commissions that are lined up to take a tour of the harbor, to come and visit us, which is going to be extraordinary. And I think it's really going to make a big difference as these projects come in line and as you see them in front of you. So I do strongly urge your support of the director and of her department and of the care and attention they give to these projects. And I have to thank you, too. Our amended lease was approved in November of 2005, and 17 months later, the finances were such, construction costs had increased so much that we had to come back and ask your approval to have that lease, not the term extended, if we do everything we're supposed to do and invest all the money that we're supposed to do, will be to 2060, 53 more years, and we're a small developer. And it's going to cost us probably 2 to 3 times the financial requirement in our lease. But I'm here to tell you that the reality of construction costs and development costs are so extraordinary. They're horrific. 17 months we had to come in and get your approval to reschedule our investment, to reschedule the term that we were going to earn from that. That it's difficult. It's quite a process, and I do assure you that the term is necessary. So again, I urge your support, and I have to thank you personally on behalf of my family for your support.
Thank you.
If I could, you mentioned how tired you are. And,
I look tired too, I know.
Beam's husband is ready to come over and clean house.
I asked if she was giving benefits with that job, and she didn't answer.
And Penny Bame, you are now up. And then Randy Short.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Penny Bame again, representing the harbor lessees. I would just like to echo everything Jane said and add that I regret that Mr. Ron Rowan is not here. He will be making individual contacts with all of the board members and Mr. Johnson. He has set up a group of supporters of the Channel Islands Harbor improvements. And I know you hear mostly from people who are upset with what might or might not be happening at the harbor. Well, I'm here to tell you that there will be many, many people, not only from the neighborhood around the harbor where I live and where he lives, but also throughout the county of Ventura. It is an asset. It is a county-wide asset. It is a taxpayer's asset. So those people will be here in the next few months, too, to lend their support and comments in support of the harbor department, and your board. So thank you.
Thank you. And Randy Short is our last speaker.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Please don't delay this. We have plenty of delays that will occur with this project and all the other projects that we have going on in the harbor. Let's not be part of that delay process. I have been, and to answer Supervisor Foy's questions, I've been a part of exactly this process where the county operated a facility and we went through an RFP process. I go through RFP processes at least a couple of times a year, and I can unequivocally say that the process that this harbor department put together trumps all other processes I've been involved with. And I don't say that as the prevailing party. I actually was not the prevailing party in that particular RFP process. And like others here in the room, I have stood up and said, please delay your decision. That's what we do when we don't prevail. We try to get a little extra time to see if we can't change your mind. But we all know that this has been sitting there for a long time and needs to be done. So please don't hold this project up. Thank you.
That completes our public comment cards. At this point, then, we have open to board discussion or a motion.
I'm ready to make a motion to approve it. I think that there has been delay, and we know there are significant challenges. I think it was important to hear that the process was as open and fair as I expected it to be from our harbor department, and I think that we also realize that time is money, and the cost of both the process that we'll have to be committed to, and in this process it clearly calls for repeated, again, and open public input, public outreach, board input, board outreach, so that it's not going to be done in a vacuum, because we know anything to go before the Coastal Commission cannot be done in a vacuum, and this investor is not going to invest his time and his dollars into something that would have immediate failure if you didn't include the public and have that public outreach. I don't have the same concern with the terms because I think that, again, if this investor fails, we fail. And this board is not certainly has the financial strength to do this alone, or we would have done it alone years ago. This property has been decaying in front of our eyes for years and years and years. And if we don't move ahead on this, it just costs more time, more dollars, and I think the motion is appropriate, and what's been done in preparation for this by staff has been very good work.
You have a motion?
I'll second the motion. I'd like to make my comments next. I have 3 points. I'll try to make them very briefly here. One, Fisherman Wharf has been the #1 eyesore, the #1 thing brought up by everybody, and why can't you do something about Fisherman Wharf? So here we are today. We've worked really hard, and we have this opportunity to do something. Two, Supervisor Foy has been asking some questions, and I've heard people talk about being fair and open, et cetera. I think there's another phrase I'd like to add to it. It's been professional. I think that's why you have people like Randy Short who loses and still says professionals have been treated like professionals. And I would offer one of the one of the highest compliments of our process that we ought to all remember is, I'll bet you, I can talk to the supervisors here, and we have not been lobbied by the applicants. And that is not how it happens in lots of places. In lots of places, if there were 30 applicants, we'd have 30 people beating on our doors to show you how much it is behind the scenes. And some people claim that's how it used to be done here, and that's how it, but it's not done that way, which gives you an idea of how professional it is. Everybody knows they've got a convinced staff, and that's exactly the best thing that could happen for taxpayers. You've got convinced staff who are professionals that they say, hey, this project works better. It was just very difficult for us to do that. The third thing I'd point out, today it's time for us to send a message. And I think the message can be, if you follow our process, and it's been a long, torturous process, so we can ask this applicant and the others, if you follow our process, if you go through the system, if you're ready to put up millions of dollars, if we've had closed sessions where we've had opportunities to identify the major things that we want to have in the lease, and you let us go through all that stuff, and you get here, unless a compelling reason has come up, right, we either send a message to investors that Ventura County is a good place to come and do major investment in the harbor, or we say, then you're gonna have a problem when you get to the last minute here like this. Now, that doesn't mean we have to vote for this, but you need to have a compelling reason, something that we couldn't have brought up in closed session, et cetera. But what definitely is not a compelling reason is exactly what Randy Short referred to, and that is the people that didn't lose come and say, delay this, buy more time. I just would offer, I'm convinced everybody had a fair process, a fair opportunity in this process. And we can't, on the one hand, be saying that darn harbor's not ever improving, and on the other hand, delay every time we get to the point that we have somebody ready to put millions of dollars up. I will guarantee you, in my mind, just like Hampton, this is going to be more expensive, not less expensive, than the minimums that we have here. Construction costs, where they're going, it's just going to be more expensive. So that's why I'm seconding the motion. I think it's time for us. Thank you.
Supervisor Flynn.
I simply don't think this is a good business deal for the county. It's a bad business deal. Fisherman's Wharf had an RFP in the year 2004, and the potential lessee, won the RFP, am I correct? 2004. So how many years ago was that? 3 years ago? And what have we gotten? We haven't gotten much of anything. And I will review a bit of history with you. When the Channel Islands Investment Company owned the facility, I was the one who said, we've got to negotiate ourselves out of this lease, the Channel Islands Investment Company. And I called for the first meeting, and that's when Harry Hufford was the CEO. Otherwise, we'd still be back there doing nothing. This just doesn't make any sense to me. We've got a beautiful piece of property, and the lessee is being allowed to come in without any upfront money, without anything to say, hey, I'm going to pay for this opportunity. This is something. That's not part of it. That's not part of the lease. It's 5 years to come up with the permits and the entitlements and to make some improvements. And some of the improvements you really can't count on whether or not, just according to the lessee or to Len Krieger, there's going to be a restaurant there or not because of the reasons that they gave. I don't agree with those reasons. 5 year, then 1 year, and 1 year option, and then get all of those things in 65 years. What are we dealing with here? We're dealing with property that's owned by the Ventura County taxpayers. We're the custodians of the property. In effect, we're making a bad business decision for the people that we represent, the taxpayers of Ventura County. We're giving away a piece of property. And we don't even know what's going to come about with this property. We don't even know if there are going to be any restaurants here or not. We're going into this blindly. If I were the applicant, in this case the potential lessee, and it looks like he has it, I would say, man, I made a good deal. When I go home tonight, tell my family about this, they're going to say, congratulations, you really made a good deal for yourself. When I go home tonight and talk with my family, and when I go home tonight and talk with my constituents, I'm going to say, Ventura County really sold you out. This is a bad deal. A good deal, Mr. Lessee, a bad deal for the Ventura County taxpayers. I would hope that we would consider an amendment that would allow a month delay to allow the gentleman who spoke, who I missed his name, or perhaps anyone else who has something that they could improve greatly upon from what we've heard here today. We heard a man come up here and say $500,000 upfront money. We're not getting any upfront money. This property is going for 12 cents a square foot. If you go to Seabridge today, right now, for a shell, you're going to pay $250 for a shell. You're going to pay $250 a square foot. We're talking about $50,000 a year. When I first read this, I said $50,000 a month. Well, that's not too bad. But this is $50,000 a year. Good thing I read it more than once. So, ladies and gentlemen, taxpayers, hear me out. We have failed you today if this motion passes. I will offer an amendment and hope for a second. And my amendment would be to continue the item for 30 days, to allow the gentleman who came before us and talked, even though he had not had the opportunity for an RFP, to give us a proposal, and anyone else that can beat this deal within 30 days for our consideration, for the consideration of the taxpayers of Ventura County. That's my amendment. I offer the amendment. I hope there's a second to the amendment.
We have an amendment to the motion. Is there a second?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Can I ask a question? Lynn, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
You had 30 people come up out of your public, you made public, people can do an RFP on this deal. I think it was 30 is what I heard.
That's the previous one. This had 6 interested investors.
Oh,
yes.
6 interested. Okay,
Right.
you made it public and only 6 people did
Right.
interest. Did any of those people come up with, when you looked at their potential, upfront money?
The only offer we had for upfront money was for prepayment of rent. None of it was upfront money separate from
So
rent.
nobody was buying in to have the
No.
right to or something like that?
No.
So we didn't get out of all those different type of developers? Okay. And one of the things I guess I look at is, that was a legitimate, if we had a bunch of people out there willing to say, upfront money. Now, the business deal at the end, I've done a lot of that where somebody's willing to put up some things, but the back end of the deal is not as good for us, the county or anything. The deal has to, I believe a deal has to work for both. The developer has to be able to make his money, we have to make our money, because it can't be a one-sided deal, or else somewhere down the line, developer's going to say it's not worth it. We're going to have to use those clauses that we were reading about, bankruptcy or something else. We have to make that work. So I think it has to be a win-win type situation. So, but Supervisor Flynn's idea, if somebody was willing to put up a whole lot of money, they would have been up, and that would have been part of our deal. But it didn't sound like that was there at all. Nobody was willing to do that, that they saw the value of this. And I can understand that probably there is some of that, because we don't know what we're going to get. We don't know what the Coastal Commission's willing to do in that situation. So, okay, that's I just wanted to ask.
It's been a long time, but this is, Mr. Short, could you come on up, please?
Let's go ahead and take the motion off the table, then while we're having these
Since we don't have any
sidebars.
second, yeah. I just want to try to work this through real quickly here. Could you imagine, and Ms. Krieger, you can come up also, so either one of you can answer quickly. Can you imagine that if we adopted a motion that said 30-day delay? Can you imagine if we adopted a 30-day delay that somebody would that be attractive for you to come up with some tentative offer or some upfront money to try to get us to bite on that? Would that be likely to happen in this 30-day period if we did this?
I think they would just come up with a different framework as Supervisor Foy pointed out.
Okay, but people would try to throw out something more attractive than this, right?
It make it sound more attractive.
Exactly, they make it sound more attractive. And then my question would be, how long would it take to go through the whole process now with somebody new? Could you answer that for us, Lynn?
I would say about a year.
Okay, so that'd take us a year, and then at the end of that year, Mr. Short, would it be likely that, let's say we get 10 of these proposals over the next 30 days, would it be likely that some of those 9 that didn't get selected would come at the end of a year and say, that isn't a good deal, we could do better than that?
I think I'd be one if I didn't prevail.
All right. So I guess we could do this for a never-ending time, and at some point in time you have to say you've had an upfront and open process, and I just wanted to explore that.
And your costs will be up here.
Yeah, and your costs will be higher, and you'll have people saying for a whole nother year, that darn Fisherman's Wharf as an example of you not doing anything at the harbor. So
let me just give a response, Madam Chair.
We'll go ahead and reinstate.
Did I still have
your motion died, I think, oh, no, it didn't die yet. Do we have a second on
Well, I still had the
Supervisor
floor real
Flynn's
quick, did I?
motion?
Yeah, you still have the floor.
Yeah, just real quick. But I thought the point was good because, in business, if you purely deal on price, somebody's always going to change the price. You can always say, I save a half point here, half point there. And I thought you made a good point. We could just continue this for the next 10 years. And as I think somebody had said, that we're really tired. I've only been here 6 months, and I'm tired of this already. I mean, this is amazing to me that it takes this long to go through this whole process. But at the end of the day, you've got to look at who's going to give you the opportunity. I think that's what it sounds like. The people have already done it. I talked to the gentleman, from the Hampton situation, that you've made a good faith effort to look at all the different opportunities, who's there, and it sounds like even a gentleman who's got a lot invested in our harbor doesn't win all the time either. So there's not a lot of favoritism going here. It's just what is the best deal. You have a consultant here who does this kind of stuff. I mean, it looks like we've done a good deal in regards to, or we've done our work. Sure, can we make a better deal a little bit here, a little bit there? At the end of the day, we're going to get so hurt by waiting. I think that's a good point, that the deal doesn't mean anything unless we can get the project up, get it going. And as I've heard, this thing's been going on for so many years as it is. So I would just recommend that we just continue what we've got and move forward with what we have. Yeah, really.
Okay, back again. We have the second. Do we have a second to the amended
we don't have a
motion?
Second to the amendment.
Okay, then the amendment dies.
I
we'll go back
realize
to
that,
the
but I
main
do have
motion.
my light on.
Okay, and just as a small sidebar, staff that's waiting for us to move on to the next item, I'm sure we're going to go into closed session after we're finished with this harbor issue. I'm sorry to make you wait. Yes.
But this will only take a second. If this were not such a bad deal, a bad business deal for the people that we represent, I wouldn't be talking like I'm talking. It is a bad deal.
Well, do you have a better deal?
It is a bad...
Do you have something laid out that's a better deal?
Look, we're talking about what is before us. We're not talking about something that John Flynn's going to offer. We're talking about a deal that is before us, a business deal that is before us. We're not talking about anything else. This is a bad deal. This is why I offered the idea of give it another 30 days. Let's see if there's someone else out there, because it's such a bad deal for the taxpayers, the people we represent, is the reason I brought this up. I rest my case.
Supervisor Flynn, thank you for resting your case. I would say no matter who the developer is, doesn't necessarily mean the deal is going to change. That's what I think. It's the Harbor Department that worked out the arrangement. And what your inference is that it's the developer's the problem. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Because you're asking to delay to try another developer. That's what you're asking. Let's look at another developer, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I think what we looked at was the
I
financial
don't even know the developer. How
ability.
could I say he's a bad or a good developer? I'm just saying the deal before the county is a bad deal.
Madam Chair.
I think he looks like a nice guy to me.
Supervisor Long?
I'd just like to make a comment that I believe since the board worked with the harbor in drafting the basic framework for the RFQ that then went out and solicited those 6 interested parties, and then the board had, I don't know how many more meetings since then to discuss again that framework to say, you know, this is kind of what we'd like, what we wouldn't like, you know, very, very conceptual. And sent staff off with legal counsel, with financial counsel, etc., to put this lease proposal together with the investor. And the bad deal is that we keep on dragging these things out in the harbor and looking for red herrings and looking for things that we can do to use statistics, whatever way we wish to use them, so that nothing gets done in that harbor. That's the bad deal for the taxpayer.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Bennett.
I've got their attention.
It's worthwhile. It's worthwhile making this point, and that's probably the major reason for making the allocation. And that's why I think we should just recognize we have a disagreement. We have one supervisor who thinks it's a bad deal. We have our professional staff in the harbor that's recommending it. They don't think it's a bad deal. We have our CEO who has a pretty extensive background in all of this, who's recommending it. He doesn't think it's a bad deal. I think we have some supervisors up here that have done this kind of stuff, and I know Supervisor Foy, I believe, is in supportive of this and has a background certainly in business. So it's a question of, is it a bad deal or not? And if it's a bad deal, that's a compelling reason not to do this. And I think it's like so many times we find ourselves, one person thinks it's a bad deal, and we have staff, harbor staff, and we have the CEO certainly, giving us a very different impression. And certainly I seconded the motion because I don't think it's a bad deal.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's time for us to get there.
Okay, I did want to comment, but if you want to go ahead and call the question.
Well, you should comment. You've been here long enough.
Well,
You've been refereeing, so please comment.
not the best of referees, I know. My comment specifically is just that we have, if we don't move today, we're going to be in no different than if we do move, because for the next 5 years, we don't have any guarantee that anything is going to happen, except that we'll get that $50,000 we would have gotten if we didn't turn it over to the investor developer. So to me, we're not losing in that aspect, and what we have to gain is the fact that perhaps we'll have a project that you will have community support with and be able to get it through the board and the Coastal Commission and get to where I think this board wants to see Fisherman's Wharf, which is a revitalized new center that's going to be a gateway to this harbor that so needs to have more revitalization. It's a really good start, and it's great to hear about the Hampton Inn. I have concerns that my major concern with this was that if you can't succeed through the Harbor Commission to get 100% renovation or 75% renovation, we end up with what we have today. And but we will have $7 million invested into what we have today. And I haven't been a real strong proponent of let's see this get high density and bigger. So I really don't mind that much if we have what we have today, only all the buildings are new and it's all taken care of. So for that, I can support this. I realize that $7 million in investment to a center that exists right today and needs that's better off than where we are today. So I'm going to go ahead and support the motion. Motion passes 4-1, and we'll go. Now, Supervisor Bennett is strong in saying that we have staff here. Let's go ahead.
How fast? I mean, you guys got stuff that takes time. I mean, can you go?
This is the Carpinteria sanitation. Is that correct?
Congratulations.
Yes.
60 seconds, or she's going to have my head.
Mr. Pacala, what are you here for? How's that? Are you here for the 10:30?
10:30 public hearing.
The item 41 and 42. Yes. Where were you? It's 2:15. Okay, so item 41 is a recommendation of Supervisor Bennett to adopt a resolution approving the Carpinteria Sanitary District's proposed resolution on boundary map change. On that one, do you seriously? Okay,
Well,
we have questions.
I may be able to tell you something that might address your question. We are not adopting the tax. We are not doing any of that stuff. It's just for them, for Carpinteria, to do this, since it's in a different county. They have to have a resolution from our county that's adopting a resolution that approves of it. It just says that we've looked at it and our county council says it's legal, those kind of things. But this is not us taxing for that. So
Do we, by doing this, are we asking the residents of Ventura County, they're going to have to be part of this thing, and they're going to have to pay this $360 a month if it gets approved?
why don't you step on up, whoever's going to answer those questions for us and stuff, right? I think I know the answer, but I want to have staff tell you.
Good afternoon. I'm not county staff. I'm Craig Murray. I'm the manager of the Carpinteria Sanitary District.
Right.
And in fact, the Ventura County residents will vote together with the residents in Santa Barbara County to pass this assessment district. So they're basically voting themselves to take on the assessment.
Okay, now, is this a vote, though, that is going to be a majority vote?
That's correct. It's a form of a majority vote. The majority of people who vote have to vote in favor of the assessment.
Because when we look at your maps, we have a whole lot more people in Santa Barbara County than we have in Ventura County.
Correct.
And so they don't have the same rights in the sense that they're going to be saying, well, let me go back and ask a question maybe real quick and this all this. Are we being mandated by the state or anything to do something here? Or is this just an idea that maybe we should try to clean up the water, or what is the deal?
It's the Streets and Highways Code that really requires Ventura County to give consent for the Carpinteria Sanitary District to form the assessment district.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm asking, what's the reason that they're doing that?
Well, we're pursuing this project because the residents within Rincon Point have asked us to provide public sewer service. There's wide support from environmental organizations, from surfers, from politicians.
Yeah, and I understand that. What I was curious was, I just didn't want to be in a situation where we're taking the people of Ventura County and mandating that they're going to pay $5,000 a year plus $15,000 hookup fees and redoing their whole front yards and everything else, when it's not. It's just something that some people want to do, which is fine. If they want to do it, I'm glad. I'd love to see the clean water and the beaches. That's all great. I just don't want to push us to say they must do it because they don't have a reasonable vote. I mean, if they have the opportunity within Ventura County to make that vote and then have a majority say we want to do that, that's fine. I'd hate to be in that situation, though, and tax them like that.
The way this assessment district was structured was in part to economize the process, to have one assessment district, one bond issue. That's why you see the 4 different communities. The way it's structured, it will include benefit zones. So Rincon Point, as a community, will have the opportunity to vote, to have a majority vote. If the entire Rincon Point community, which is made up of about half Santa Barbara County residents and about half Ventura County residents, if that community votes against it.
Is that the 72 lots?
Correct. So if there's not a majority within that community, then the assessment won't go into place for Rincon Point.
Okay. Well, so you're saying that by itself, they can do it, which is, and Ventura County is about half.
Correct.
So that's not reasonable. I was more concerned with the 142 or the total lots that in Ventura County only represented 42. They wouldn't have an equal opportunity to vote. So you're saying Rincon themselves gets to vote on this?
Correct.
Okay. And then because if they say no, who's going to pay for that sewer plant and all that other stuff? That means because that's going to be a heavy assessment on the other group, right?
Well, if Rincon Point doesn't vote to do the project, the $4 million to provide service down there, we don't spend it. So the remaining communities within this assessment district pay only for their individual pro-rata share of the project.
Okay, so you answered some of my questions. The homeowners asked for it, which was fine. It's not being mandated, but Ventura County themselves are not going to be overridden by the Carpinteria group.
That's correct.
That's fine. If they have that, I have no problem.
And one other thing, it's still one person, one vote. I mean, you're going to, it's not like Santa Barbara people get extra weighted votes or anything.
Well, they would have only because they had more people in Santa Barbara. That's what I was concerned.
Well,
because 142.
Yeah, but if you're a Santa Barbara person, your no vote would count the same as your yes vote.
Yes.
With them being together.
Go ahead, yeah, rephrase it, that's good.
The question the Supervisor Foy asked me yesterday is in effect the protest by zone, in other words, if Zone A is at the Rincon Point, if they count just the votes within Zone A, and if the majority of people within Zone A say we opt out, then they're not in the deal and everybody else goes? Or does it mean that they become part of the larger vote, and if there's, say, 80% of the votes are in Zones B, C, and D, they can actually pull the Rincon Point in regardless of what they think?
You know, we've spent some considerable time working with our assessment district engineer and our bond counsel on this process, and we have set it up with benefit zones. So if the voters within Rincon Point Zone A do not approve the project, then Rincon Point sewers won't go forward.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Ms.
Would the
Gunn?
assessments on Ventura County residents be on Ventura County tax rolls, or are they collected outside of our tax rolls and on your tax rolls and direct billing?
They would be collected on Ventura County tax rolls for those parcels within Ventura County.
Has the engineering report been presented?
The engineering report has not been presented.
Okay.
Okay. I'd move the recommended action.
Ms. Cohen, do you see that as an issue?
I was actually caught by surprise on this one, so I haven't really done the homework with staff.
Thank you.
I'm not familiar with that, so I have to review it.
Okay.
Mr. Picala has done the research.
Yes?
Madam Chair, members of the board,
eyes got
Mr.
really
Johnson,
big.
Reddy Pacala, I was not involved in this process. I was just sitting next to the general manager talking about issues. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. But as far as the assessment question, I believe once the assessment district is created, they will come back to through your offices at a later date.
That generates a whole bunch more questions. If our assessments collected on Ventura County property owners are put into an assessment district, is that district run by Carpinteria? If there are refunds, how are they handled? If there's any surplus money, how's that handled? The budget for the sanitary district and what their needs are to put the sewer in. If there's shortfalls, what are our obligations? It just generates more questions that I don't have answers to.
And I would assume that if they vote for this, then all those questions have to be resolved, right? I mean, good point.
My question is, the engineer's report has to be adopted by someone. Who's adopting the engineer's report?
It would be the board of directors of the Carpinteria Sanitary District.
Okay.
And we're an independent special district, so I have 5
I
elected
see.
board members.
I see.
So if we move forward,
Supervisor Foy, would you put your mic on?
if we move forward, then will the auditor, will this cause us a problem?
I don't know yet. Is
Would
this
you
time
like this to-
sensitive, or can
Yes,
it
I was
come
gonna
back?
ask. Can we put this off until our July meeting, our first meeting in July,
Does that affect you?
so we can get our questions answered?
I'm also waiting on the county of Santa Barbara, and they haven't been so expeditious, so I think...
Oh, okay, good, good.
I would recommend we continue this.
Okay.
Not exactly.
Will you work with Christine Cohen to try to begin the process of answering her questions?
Absolutely.
Right, between now and then. Great, thank you. Okay.
10th, I think.
I'll
July
continue
10th.
till the July meeting.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry to keep you so long.
So generally we're there.
Motion and a
Generally we're
second
there. You
to
just gotta work these things
continue.
out with the auditor.
Seeing no objection, that passes. Item 42, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing regarding the sewer service charges in El Rio.
Just continuing the existing charge?
Yes, this is a continuous existing charge for the El Rio.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no objection, that passes. Congratulations, we finished our 10:30 time certain.
Thank you.
Very persuasive, Eddie. Thank you.
Pardon me? I did open the public hearing, and I'll go make sure I've closed it too, because I had no cards, and we did have a 5-0 vote on that. With that, we're going to go into our closed session. Mr. County Counsel, do you anticipate an announcement
No.
from this? No.
Can we,
No, we're not finished with our agenda. We have quite a bit more.
do we get to file an unfair labor charge for keeping us here through lunch?
Yeah.
I mean, this is, I mean, it is,
I see we have about 13 more items on our agenda.
Okay, so we're going to go to closed session, and we'll be back probably by 3 o'clock.
What time?
Back by 3 o'clock. Does that sound right, Mr. County Counsel?
Actually, Mr. Nicole would have a better idea, but I think we should be able to finish it by 3 o'clock.
For July 1st, 07 to June 30th, 08.
Move the item.
We have a motion and a second. Did you want to comment, Mr. John? Okay, seeing no objection, that passes. And Mr. Johnston's comment?
No, I just wanted to, I guess I don't need to remind the board, but the board policy on these grants, when the money goes away, the program goes away unless your board decides that it's both worthwhile and you can find the money to pay for them. We are getting up to fairly sizable dollars in grants. I don't know what the number is right now. I think it was something like $56 million worth. It may be more than that now. I noted that there was an item on the agenda for the Thousand Oaks City Council, I believe it's tonight, relating to the gang prosecution unit, which was one of these federal grants that went away, and that the district attorney spoke to some of the cities and got them to agree to fund it. But in this particular report, and I'll be talking with Mr. Mitnick, the city manager, in the report, it indicates that had they known that this was federal money and that the money went away, the program, they might not have wanted to accept the grant to begin with. It's always that kind of a thing when a constituency builds up, whether or not we should have gotten into the business to start with. I support the district attorney's efforts to try to bring these kind of specialized units in, but with the understanding that it's not part of the sustainable budget if the money goes away. So I'm going to be meeting with the city, and I'll be re-emphasizing that with all the cities who benefit from the things that we do. When it goes away, then they sort of take the position of second guessing, well, maybe we shouldn't have accepted the grants.
Or worse yet, blaming the county for reneging.
Right,
That's what I'm hearing, is
Yeah,
the frustration. But we had never put funds in it. It had always been those federal funds.
Can I just make
Yes,
a quick comment? The CEO and I had a discussion about this yesterday in regards to, I guess we have a policy saying that if the funds go away, the people go away. And it is written policy that we've done, because one of the things I was talking to is, bring a board letter, let's write this out so there isn't. But I guess that's already true. We all agree to that?
It's in our budget guidelines, right?
Is that part of our budget guidelines? Or?
I believe the policy isn't that the people go away, it is the program goes away. Now, if they happen to be people that have no other skills than to support that program, then the people go away. Otherwise, they are usually experienced people that are rotated and assigned to some other program where they're no longer supported by that dollar.
I guess my thing was, because of this, I've looked at some of these, and they keep going on for a couple of years, and it looks like they go away. It would be nice. The constituency issue is a big deal to me, is because all of a sudden you get three people up for election. All of a sudden you're going to get rid of these people, and they're going to start screaming. If we had a policy that was in writing, we have nothing we can do about it. It must go away. That's what I was thinking, because you're right. At $50 million, that's what she asked. To have a question on one of these other ones, it just seems like we're living off this stuff, and we got to be careful of that.
Supervisor Bennett?
It feels to me like we've been pretty clear on that policy.
Okay, as long as you know.
Yeah, I mean, it comes up all the time verbally.
Yeah.
I'm certain I read it just this past year in our budget. It's in our budget.
Okay,
guidelines.
well, that's good then.
So I think it's
so we can
pretty
just
much,
automatically say it.
Yeah, I think you can say that, and
okay.
I think in another year you'll go, that is the policy. You won't have any, yeah. And what happens is, like Johnny, he brings it up about every 3 months. I want to remind you.
Yes, and I would also clarify, we should never put ourselves in the position there's nothing we can do about it. There's usually something you can do about it, but at what price? And it may be a price far higher than anything you can afford to pay. Mm-hmm. So it is the policy, and everybody knew those were the terms going in. They want to change the terms when it goes the other way, but so far we've held the line.
And the city of Thousand Oaks actually asked us to reimburse them, that they were subsidizing the program.
It might be good to think about a practice where these are approved and we know that they're regional and they're going to impact cities and their decisions, that a letter goes to them with the item that says this is a grant and the board's policy is X. So the cities are notified.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we went ahead and approved those, and hopefully they will keep getting those funds, because you don't want to have to say no to these funds, and you just have to recognize that they're good programs, but we can't keep them without the funding. We now have Mr. Dursey in the audience, and we did skip item 59, so let's go to that. That's the approval of year-end interfund loans.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Apologize. My squawk box is not working. I don't know what happened. So I was listening intently, and you guys went on break and never came back. So I know. I agree. I'm here to present, this is a board letter. We're requesting your board to approve year-end loans to various departments. Generally, we use the general fund as a conduit for most of these loans. And generally speaking, they're paid back within the next fiscal year. There is an issue with our medical center fund that we're going to be evaluating with the VCMC as far as what a long-term loan could potentially be in that regard. Either long-term loan or potentially even fixed a loss for the medical center. We're thinking about $12 million is that number. That is from prior year losses. In 05-06, they had about an $8 million loss, and then they're looking at about a $3 million loss, $3 or $4 million loss in this current year. And actually next year they're projecting about a $3 million loss, but we have more confidence in them than that $3 million loss. We think they're actually going to be in pretty good shape at the end of next year. But I think we show a lot more confidence than they would be willing to admit. So if there's any questions specifically, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them.
I got some.
Supervisor Foy?
Well, can I go down a couple of these real quick?
Sure.
It says you have a $15 million this liability insurance fund for this teeter tax reserve.
Right.
So we're buying $15 million of delinquent taxes?
Actually, we're buying $47 million worth of delinquent taxes. The teeter fund has the difference, $32 million in the fund. We need to borrow $15 million extra. It's not quite those exact numbers,
but just to
in
get up
general,
to that number.
Yeah, that we're borrowing up to that amount to fully fund the teeter buyout. So that money will be paid back within the first month or two of next fiscal year from collections in the teeter fund.
Oh.
So
okay.
that's just a real short-term loan. That's about 1 or 2 months. So that'll be paid back almost immediately. Matter of fact,
how is it paid back so quick? What's the?
Well, the collections are already been made, basically.
The buyout actually occurs before the end of this fiscal year.
The buyout? What do you mean?
Yes, we're buying out the
delinquent taxes.
The delinquent
Right.
taxes. The $47 million has to be paid. I do believe that we're coming in less than the $15 million.
Right.
We
I
need
think so,
$10
too.
million 7.
The point is that a lot of those delinquent taxes have already come in from this fiscal year. In other words, they come in actually before end of June, but we borrow the money. They're not distributed until next month. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. What was the thing where she just said 10 million versus 15 million?
Well,
What's that
we asked for an up to, because at the time we did this
up to.
board letter, we weren't sure exactly the numbers that
I
were going to
see,
be.
okay.
So we asked for up to, and the actual number is closer
Sure.
to 11 million.
Okay.
That was borrowed for the buyout.
And then I do see that up 25 million from the workers' comp fund for this VCMC, and you do write this thing that we're not sure we're going to get our money back. Well, I mean, at some point we may not get some portion of it back. I understand that.
My position is we'll continue to carry that loan forever, and then when VCMC finally goes out of business, maybe in the year 3 million, we'll get that money back. But right now, my position is we're not writing that loan off, but we'll be working with VCMC to try to fine-tune that number to see where they are, what was losses due to retirement costs, what was we do have some pretty good numbers, but I'm not willing to say that Santa Paula Hospital is a complete loss yet. In other words, those 2 years that I consider those to be kind of startup costs for Santa Paula Hospital. The general fund is kind of funding, and there's probably about $6 or $8 million in those dollars. So I'm not saying that we don't need to necessarily write those off at this time.
Are you hoping that we can make some type of, I would call profit to help pay this back? Is that what you're hoping?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, because they do have, the long-term plan is not to have that thing drain on the Ventura County Medical Center. They think it'll probably eventually be a profit center. And I tend to agree with that. So so long-term, they may be able to pay that off over a long term, but eventually we would get that. But some of the costs that we know are gone. For example, the increased retirement costs that we really didn't cover in 2005, 2006 fiscal year. Those types of things really we can't. We would have to.
How does that affect your balance sheet when you just write that off? What does that do to us?
Well, the balance,
or whatever you guys want to call it, whatever you call it.
It improves VCMC's balance sheet. It hurts the general fund balance sheet.
It reduces our reserves, doesn't it?
Right,
Yeah.
it does.
Because,
and what would happen is you would reduce the reserves by let's say $12 million that you would be writing off from VCMC.
So we go from
but
our
technically,
8.5%
when you look at our CAFR comprehensive annual financial report, that $16 million has already been reduced in our reserves because there's a $16 million amount from last year that the outside accountants determined that it was a long-term loan, so they put it in long-term, so it reduced our reserves. They reduced our available reserves in that amount, that $16 million.
They didn't quite classify it as bad debt.
Excuse me?
They didn't classify it as bad debt yet?
No, not yet. But
okay.
long-term, and so it is classified on the CAFR balance sheet as long-term. We're not from our, let's say, our budgetary standpoint, we're not at that point yet.
Okay. From a policy standpoint, though, how far do we keep going with this?
Well, that's what we'll be back to your board with, is that we determine what we think was a reasonable number, then we'll be back to ask your board about that policy.
Yeah, because at some point we've got to say we only can take so much more losses, right?
Well, yeah, and that's what if we're projecting continued losses for years and years, what we're trying to do is say we think going forward in pretty good shape. Reasonably good shape. I don't say pretty good shape.
But you're going to come back with some
shape.
type of business plan or something to say,
correct,
here's where we should see the swing, or this is where we should make an adjustment and change something down the line.
Exactly. And they're working, actually, they have a good plan in place to really look at their new chief financial officer is pretty adept at looking into those areas and evaluating where they can save some dollars. And they're doing a good job of that.
Right.
That's why we have a little more confidence in their abilities than
yeah, no, I agree. I think she's done a great job, and we're getting at least decent numbers. But this has got to be hitting the cash flow issues, right?
Well, it does hit the cash flow, and that's why we're asking for this particular loan amount. Correct. It does hit the cash flow. From the county-wide standpoint, it's not as significant of an issue because it's not. I mean, it is significant, but the general fund is there to back it up, and we have sufficient cash flow reserves in these liability and workers' comp accounts to get us over the hump at this time of year until we get our new trans dollars in the beginning of next year.
Does this have an effect on your cash flow, though, what you deal with, or what?
It is the cash flow. We are both looking at apparently the same information, only I'm coming down to a different bottom line. I am concerned. Today is the existing amount of the cash flow loan is $33.5 million. If you project what's going to happen through the rest of this week, with additional receipts coming in and payments that need to be recognized, I'm thinking that $25 million that's being requested is about $2 million short of what needs to be requested. The feeling I'm getting from Mr. Dursey's office is that some of it may not be paid in cash. They've actually established a due to, due from for it, but I felt it was in the interest of full disclosure that you should know where we are today.
So that doesn't affect you then? The 25 still works for you. You can just hold off.
Well, it's up. That's the thing. We don't control the flow of funds. So we think that the Auditor Controller's office has enough flexibility within their control of who's moving, because they move all the cash basically between the funds. So we think they have enough flexibility within that. For example, VCMC owes the general fund about $6 million for general fund services and that type of thing, and they just transferred about $4.5 million from VCMC. Yes, actually, it's close to $5.5 million yesterday from VCMC to cover debt service costs for VCMC in the last year, plus about $800,000 in interest that VCMC had to pay for a couple quarters. So but like any business, if you want to, you can not pay accounts payable and have a little bit extra cash for your financial statements and then have as a payable receivable at year end. And of course, it depends on which side you're on. As the receiving side, you're going to try to push as much collections as you can.
Sure.
And VCMC is doing that also on their side.
Since we're not going to meet next week, do we have an issue that the $25 million will still cover?
What is the practical effect of if they change the number from 25 to 27?
That's from our standpoint, it's no practical effect. I'm not even sure.
We go with the auditor's number then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Makes no
that's absolutely okay with me.
That's what I was wondering, if you're going to get stuck where you can't pay something. No.
I think we're doing this really as an accommodation for the auditor's office, so they feel a comfort zone that your board has full disclosure of what's going on at year end. I'm not sure there's a legal requirement that this needs to be done. I looked. I couldn't really find it. I didn't do extensive research, but I did try to find out if there was legal issues involved here. I think it's more of a full disclosure issue, and,
Okay.
and we're in
I see.
support of that
Okay.
also.
Okay, that's
Traditionally, the money movement that I do to meet cash obligations is within the fiscal year if I feel that the payback will happen within the fiscal year. In this case, it's crossing into the next fiscal
Oh, I see,
year.
a different year.
And that's why it's felt that the board needs to know
Okay.
that.
Okay. That's great. Okay.
So if
Sounds
we
good
want to
to
go
me.
28, 29, whatever
It
the
doesn't matter to me. I just
yeah,
was thinking you only could say, I can only do this, and if it gets more, you'd have to come
Well,
back
it makes
again.
no difference to us.
It makes it,
Yeah, I think whatever the auditor controller would become.
The auditor would like to place on.
Okay.
Okay, so what do you advise the motion to be?
I would go ahead.
Yes. If you would change the second bullet to up to 11 million and change the third bullet to up to 27 million, that would provide me with a little bit more comfort. And I look forward to working with Paul on the returning to your board with the additional information.
If I could ask you say the second, so the second bullet goes down from 15 to 11?
Yes.
And the third one goes from 25 to 27?
Yes.
Okay. Net gain.
Do we have a motion?
No.
Or do we have more discussion?
No, that's fine. I'll move it.
I'd like to
That's
move
fine.
the auditor's recommendation of recommended changes to this recommendation as long as...
That's fine.
And you think that's adequate for item 2, right? Going to 11?
As best as my crystal ball can tell you.
Right.
Okay. I always get worried when the auditor controller starts talking about crystal balls. We're still in protection mode. Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Seeing no objection, that passes, and that takes us to our exciting policy matters.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Long.
I think we got HSA people out there and district attorney people out there, and we've handled all those items. We moved right through.
And we moved them in a positive manner. Okay, so we'll go now then to, we have done everything except for the policy matters and the correspondence agenda, the way I look at it, and that would be item 64, and this is Supervisor Flynn's appointment.
Move the appointment.
Okay, to Stanley Block to tobacco settlement. Seeing no objection, that passes. The next item, 65, was continued, which was the Dolly Wells appointment. So now we'll go to 66, and this is Supervisor Flynn's discussion of certain elements of the Ventura County Campaign Finance Reform Ordinance, and also Carol Dean Williams has a card.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not presenting this as something that is set in concrete, because I think we should wait until we revise the campaign finance ordinance. But I am saying that I would hope that members here would simply not be in contact with any of the commissioners, the Ethics Commission, because that calls into question their whole legitimacy, credibility, and so forth. The reason for that is that we have some authority, quite a bit of authority in appointing them. So I would hope that you would adopt that as a private, at this point in time, ethics, code of ethics for yourself as a candidate. The other one is, when you look at the ordinance for someone running, let's say for the first time, is pretty complicated, and a person could get into serious trouble. Just looking at the page 10 of the ordinance, I'm sure you don't have it in front of you, but when we talk about volunteer and when we talk about single fundraising, event per election cycle outside the volunteer's place of business, and so forth, I would hope that the elections official and county council could meet with the candidates and make sure they understand as much as possible what this ordinance does. And I'm just requesting that. The other, I'm not putting it in the form of a motion.
Supervisor Flynn?
Yeah.
I know that when I ran, the Elections Division did have an orientation on the campaign reform law for the treasurers and the candidates, so we do that. I don't know if it's part of the
Well, I don't know
rules.
if it's required, but it would be a good idea to do it again, I think.
With each cycle, certainly, yes.
That's all I'm asking. I don't know if it's a part of the law ordinance or not, but it would be very helpful, because this could be like a mine that we walk into if you're a candidate that says, hey, what's the matter with my volunteer giving me 2 fundraisers? Well, he can't do it. And then if a person can't give it in a place of business, wonder if the person has a business within the person's home. Is that outlawed completely? Is there a literal, take it literally, Mr. County Council? Wonder if the person does sewing in the house for someone. Can't hold a fundraiser, I assume. Place of business?
Actually, I don't have a copy of the ordinance with me either, but if someone does business out of their home, their home may well be a place of business.
Forbidden, then. Anyway, those kinds of things need to be emphasized, I think, in the meeting to protect candidates, because this is a land.
Would you like to put your microphone back on? So
The other one,
Thank
I
you.
would ask Supervisor Bennett to consider something. The election cycle starts on June the 8th because we changed the ordinance, and the cycle starts June the 8th, at least that's my understanding. And that's where everyone starts off even. You know, you start raising money after June the 8th. I would ask Supervisor Bennett to consider anyway giving up the money he has left over from the last campaign, either giving it back to the givers or giving it to the general fund or something. That's a request that I'm making of him.
Shall we go to our comment card then? Carol Dean Williams, you want to come up? We have 2 minutes and 50 seconds for you.
Carol Dean Williams, 62-year resident. I just came from the county elections, who is the enforcement officer of this ordinance. And the agenda says fair and uniform. And Eugene Browning just told me that you cannot campaign now because there is no official candidates or filings. And Supervisor Steve Bennett has put up his re-election signs. And he told me you cannot expend money, so he asked me, was that last year's or 4 years ago election sign? I said, I don't know. So I asked Steve Bennett a while ago, and he said, that's for me to find out. Well, I will find that out. I will find that out. And since the author has a character flaw, it's obvious that the ordinance is flawed. You know, when I made an innocent discovery Sunday, who was the first one I called? I called my Supervisor Bennett to tell him that the bridge was going to be taken out and sever 33. Do you think his character flaw allowed...
Mr. Williams, could you just please speak to the item before us?
Yeah, and I forgot I made it clear. This is my criticism under the Brown Act that you can't prohibit.
I would just ask that you speak to the item that we're
That's
on.
true, but it's criticism, and it's if you've got a character flaw, you put that flaw in the ordinance. This ordinance is the champion flawed Steve Bennett. And I am disappointed in him as I've never been disappointed before. He has cut the ropes with me. I'm going to strip him. You talk about a lipstick on a pig. Well, what is a pig without lipstick? Well, that's Steve Bennett. And when that guy, when he said, I'll be candid and tell you it's like lipstick on a pig, I said, that's exactly what you've done with this ordinance, except you left the lipstick off. You know, I always like kissing a girl with lipstick. I always liked that.
If you could stick to the item on the agenda.
Well, I'm working in this criticism of the champion campaign reformer. I want you to see his character flaw, and I want you to see that he has put it in his ordinance. And don't be duped.
You have exceeded your time. Thank you for your comments. And at this point...
County Council, could I just ask one question? Are you aware of anything in our ordinance that restricts our spending of money at this point in time in the election cycle?
I'm not aware of anything in the ordinance. I don't have the ordinance in front of me. Mr. Williams asked earlier about his conversation with Gene Browning, and the focus, as I understood it, was on candidate filing for an election, which is controlled by the Elections Code, and our campaign finance ordinance integrates with the Elections Code, and it deals with raising funds.
Not the expenditure. Thank you very much.
All right, well, this item here was just to discuss. I think we discussed, unless anyone else wants to discuss. Seeing no more discussion, we'll move on to our next item then, and this is item 67. No, the recommendation was to discuss. Having discussed, we'll move forward to item 67. Recommendation of Supervisor Foy to appoint Denise Fields.
Move this item?
If I could, I just
We
want
have a motion.
for Mr. Williams, for his benefit, I just want to publicly tell you, Mr. Williams, for your benefit, that sign you saw is a sign that I've had in my possession for the last 4 years. Just so you know.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bennett. That's
And
what
we
Gene
have
Browning asked me.
thank you, motion to appoint Denise Fields. Do I have a second? Yes, I do. Seeing no objection, that passes. We'll go down to our correspondence agenda items 68 to 72.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I know it's late, but I want to pull off, just for a brief comment, item number 68 off the correspondence.
Okay, why don't we have that discussion right now?
Okay. That discussion is just for the board's consideration, and certainly the CEO and I talked about this, and this board has had the presentation from the sheriff and our probation leadership that entering into any agreement to cooperate would need to come to this board for full discussion and pros and cons versus whether we wish to enter down this road for a reentry facility that would be tied to a carrot that says, and we'll help you get financing for expansion of your jail, versus us looking at, long-term implications and operating costs of the same, etc. So just to again, that we need to be careful and cautious and be aware if we're going to down this road with this agreement to cooperate with the state on this corrections reform, that what we get into we fully understand with eyes wide open.
Thank you for those comments. With that, is there a motion to accept the correspondence agenda?
Move to receive and file.
That's a good one. Motion and a second and a third and a fourth. Seeing no objection, that passes. We will adjourn at 3:35, a record time, and then also everyone have a wonderful 4th of July. Thank you.
Yeah. Where are you guys going?